Good afternoon and welcome to the HDC Tuesday, April 7th, 2026 meeting. I'm Angus McLeod, chairing the meeting. We've got a hybrid meeting today. Um, can, would someone like to make a motion to approve the agenda?
I will make that motion, Mr. Chair.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye as well. All right. So before we begin, there are a few applications that are going to be postponed 2 weeks. And that is in the new business of for 7/26, and that's numbers 19, 20, and 21, all for 112 Walwinet Road. Can I have a motion to amend the agenda?
Okay, motion to amend the agenda holding 19, 20, and 21 on new business for 7/26, 112 Walwinet Road for 2 weeks.
Thank you. We can just do this at the table. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. All right. Off to the races. Okay, so for consents, is there anyone who needs to recuse?
I do.
All right, Joe will pull you in.
Okay, I just
Are
need
you good
consent
for?
with conditions, but I'm okay with consent.
Okay, great. Would someone like to make a motion to approve the consents?
I'll make that motion.
Thank you, Abby, on your motion.
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
and I as well. All right. So consent with conditions. You're recusing, Joe's recusing, so it's just the three of us. All right.
I'll make that same motion for consent with conditions.
Thank you, Abby, on your motion,
I'm an aye.
and Connie,
Aye.
I as well. All right. On to signs. Wow, there are a lot.
Mr. Chair, I do have one amendment to one of the signs this evening, which would be number 17. There was just a word typo in the motion. It should say this is for the land and water, various locations. It should say motion to approve through staff, removing logos at bottom.
With that amendment, do we have a motion to approve the recommendations of the sign committee?
So moved per the sign advisory committee's comments.
Thank you. On your motion,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
and Joe,
Aye.
and I as well. All right. Off to commissioner question and answer with our preservation planner. Good
Thank you,
evening.
Mr. Chair. Very short and sweet. Just a reminder of our CLG meeting that's scheduled this Friday at 4 o'clock via Zoom. So you can be at the comfort of your home zooming in. Agenda has been posted. I'll be sending that to you tomorrow at some point, as well as a packet. And I will be here this evening with you all. So
Thank you.
let me know if you got any questions.
What a treat. Thanks,
I
Holly.
have a
Thanks, Molly.
comment.
Yes.
I like the way you're doing the staff comments with the applications now. That makes it so easy. So thank you.
You're welcome. Through you, Mr. Chair, that was a recommendation from somebody in the public who reviews a lot of the applications along with, and I appreciate that recommendation. I think it's actually gone really, really well. So thank you for that feedback.
It does seem to be making more sense. Tie them together instead of jumping back and forth between the different parts. So are there any questions for Holly? Seeing none, we will move on to the held for a view new business 324, beginning with 8 Bayberry Lane. Do we have representation for that?
Mr. Chair, I don't see anybody in the queue for Act Smart.
So we'll put it down for, let's say 4:35.
Yeah.
Okay, so hold those.
Both of them?
You have to. Yeah.
Yep. All right. Okay, so we'll move on to 28 Lily Street, new business 324. Do we have that representative?
Patrick, if you could just, yep, there you go. Thank you.
Patrick, are you on?
I am. I am.
Do you want to do the presentation remotely or can you?
Yeah, I'll give a narrative and staff can move the sheets around as we go through that.
Thank you.
Okay, so Pat Guthrie Design Associates for 28 Lily Street. And this is to modify the existing garage on the property to add an apartment dwelling unit. So we'll take it from a 1-story to a 2-story building. The garage, constructed mid-1980s, is a pretty simple low slope gable roof. And our second floor is basically raising the roof, creating a 9/12 pitch gable and putting dormers across the front and the rear. We're maintaining the current garage door configuration. We're changing the swinging doors to overhead doors, but they will look like carriage doors. We're adding a cottage door to the front elevation and around the rear elevation facing into the property. We have additional dormers, and we're adding an additional door under an overhang. There's an existing overhang, and we're going to be maintaining that. The goal of the project structurally is to build on the existing foundations without additional excavation on the site, since it is well within the wetland setbacks. There's a materials list. It'll be white cedar shingles to weather. The trim color will match the house, which is white. Single glazed windows, Boston sash. That's the overview. Happy to answer some questions.
Thank you, Patrick. Your sitting board is going to be, it'll be Abby, Val, myself, Connie in the room, and then we've got Joe Paul remotely.
Okay.
Does anyone have questions for the applicant? All right, seeing none.
Mr.
Let's
Chair?
go ahead. Yes. Oh, thank you, Holly. Please let us know what your comments are.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. So it's a contributing lot within the OHD. The main house in the lot is a circa 1804 typical Nantucket. The garage is a non-contributing structure. The existing garage is simple, even with a conversion to a dwelling unit. There should be some simplicity. The addition of both gable and shed dormers is a little chaotic. One dormer type should be proposed. My recommendation would be for flush dormers that are generally discouraged within the OHD, right out of building with Nantucket in mind. However, care should be given in its placement and proportion. So that would be my recommendation, Mr. Chair. Maybe looking at not more on the facade, but maybe just on the rear, one or the other. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Commissioners?
I can give it a go. I walk down this little rural country path just about every day, probably twice a day. I would, in Holly's words, simplify this little guest cottage garage. And I think the height might be a little overwhelming for the little way there. And I do agree. I think the fenestration, I'm not so concerned about the inside because we won't see it that much. You might see it coming back up the hill, but the fenestration on the way I'd prefer to have that simplified. Thank you.
Just to clarify, for the inside, do you mean the
Oh, sorry.
the rear or what's facing the Lily Park?
So yes, what's facing the Lily Park is west. And I think you will see the double shed dormers. Yeah, so I think probably all the fenestration should be reduced and simplified within the scale of the building.
Thank you, Abby. Who's next? Joe, do you want to go?
Yeah, I was going to say I could go. Thanks. I agree about the use of the two different dormers on such a simple building. The first thing that gave me pause was the subtractive mass of this door, the part of the plan on the first floor that's omitted, and then the mass comes over it. It is existing in the footprint, but the existing building responds to it accordingly. You know, it's two different roof planes, and the approach now is you've got one mass essentially, and then that corner is subtracted out of there. I don't know how visible it's going to be. I don't want to make a big deal out of it. This is tucked around behind another building. But if that got infilled and there was a little pent roof and over that door, and it was just a simpler volume, understanding you don't need a whole foundation underneath that. I think that would just make the building a little bit simpler, just that one move. I also think that the combination of the shed dormers and the gable dormers, I think it would be a more appropriate. This sort of sits like a barn in a way. It does feel like it's a little bit tall, and even the shed dormers, the relationship of the eave to the head casing, I think that could come down a little bit. If that was one dormer versus two shed dormers, and the cheeks of the dormers then would go inward and be away from the gable end, I think that would be ideal. And you know, if that was matched on the other side, if the north and south dormer configurations were similar, I think that would be ideal. You don't see them at the same time, but I just think the views obliquely and so forth would be simplified if we were just looking at simple shed dormers. I think that is one more comment. And this might be addressed if the knee wall height on the second floor just comes down a little bit, but the garage doors, which, you know, so on the north elevation, which is the most visible, there's just a lot of shingle area from the top of the garage doors to the bottom of those windows. And I think that's probably because you're following the meeting rail rules with the double hungs.
Yep.
But it just feels like there's a lot of shingle space. It made me think that the garage doors felt really squat, but I think it's just the result of the plate height needing to come down a little bit, just to make the building feel less tall, because it's only on the application, I think it's what, 22 feet, which isn't tall at all. It feels taller, or it reads taller than it actually is. And I think that shingle space might be part of it. That's it. Thanks.
Thanks, Joe. Who's next? We've got Val and Connie.
I can go. I have really nothing else to add, but I agree with my fellow commissioners. My concerns over the height, I thought it was 24.5 at the highest. You know, the two different types of dormers, if we can somehow agree on one and simplify and maybe even remove one set, I think that would be more appropriate. Thank you.
Thanks, Connie. Val?
You guys have said it, simple is best, given where it is. Isn't that down a hill too? Yeah. I don't think height is an issue. It's just, simplicity of the building and that's it.
Thanks, Val. So this was on my consent list and I held it primarily for the flush gable dormers that are on the north elevation facing this way. This is sort of the back door into the, or front door into the Lily Pond park there. And so there'll be visibility pretty much of every side, but especially the north elevation. So I agree with what's been said about it not being that high. It's just that it appears high. I agree with the comment of lowering the front eave, eliminating the north dormers, consolidating the back dormer, and somehow eliminating the negative space on that south elevation. And so that's what I have. Would someone like to make a motion?
I'd make a motion to hold for revisions.
All right, Abby beat you to it.
You're welcome.
Oh, okay.
Her mic was off. Sorry about that, Jeff. Abby, on your motion.
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Connie,
Hi.
I as well. Thank you very much, Patrick.
Well, can I ask for some clarification then on, I heard two things with respect to the north elevation. I heard eliminate dormers, and then I also heard don't have mismatched dormers. So, and then also we had talked about, splitting the meeting rail and the soffit line. So can I ask for a little more clarification of what the trending direction is of the commission on there? I'll say from a construction standpoint, of course, a shed dormer is easier to build. But if we're talking about eliminating dormers, that's a different thing. And I think those are both front bedrooms. So we'll have to look at egress windows.
To answer your question, I think options are always helpful for us to look at, but if you just rewatch the tape, I believe the consensus was eliminating the dormer out front, but just having one kind of dormer. So that kind of feeds two birds with one seed. And yeah, I think just if it seems like it's a split, a couple of people saying one thing and a couple of people saying another, that's where options are helpful in the next meeting.
I actually have another suggestion.
Val, go ahead.
Make it a salt box. Eliminate the dormers on the front.
Thank you, Val. So Patrick, do you have enough to work on?
It's fun to play. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, Patrick.
All right. Bye-bye.
All right, so we've got representation back for 8 Berry Lane. So let's move back to the new business of 324. Welcome, Tobias.
Great. You guys are moving so quick today. Thank you. This was 8 Bayberry Lane in Sconset. This was held for review by the commission. There's solar on the side of the structure. There's a good amount of screening. We've tried to keep things as minimally visible as possible and just hope that the board had a chance to get out and view the array. Thank you.
Thank you, Tobias. Did everyone get out there to take a look at 8 Bayberry?
I went
Right.
by the first time.
Good. Same here.
Thanks all. Thanks,
Um,
Val.
All right. Well, so what you had before was Pole Camp Oliver McLeod Patton. Paul's an alternate, so Paul's not here, but we do have Paul. So that'll be your board.
Great.
Would someone like to start with comments?
Just, I have one of the questions before we,
Oh, yes.
okay, so I went out there and when I was on Bayberry Lane, looking back at the roof planes, they looked very open and very, which led me to believe that I would only want to see them, not on the front of the house, but I was okay with the back. But in this picture, maybe things have changed, but there's vegetation, as we're looking at it, on the right-hand side,
Mm-hmm.
which would be obscuring that one
Mm-hmm.
on the far right. So I'm not sure what it is, but when I was at the end of the driveway looking back, everything seemed so bare. And I know it's winter, I know there are no leaves, but I was just wondering, has the landscaping changed from this picture?
No.
I wouldn't say no.
Yes.
You know, this is pretty bare.
Okay, I just didn't know about those bushes because those
Yeah.
bushes in that picture seem to obscure it.
Yeah. You know, I wouldn't, you know, this is all pictures from the winter, so it's, you know, it's as barren as it'll be out there. Not that Nantucket's barren, it has its charms, but
Thank you.
Who's next?
I'll go.
Thanks, Val.
While I know it's not optimal because it's wood, I think it's still acceptable on the 2 side wings and maybe eliminate the 6 on the front.
The
That's
north.
not the garage, it's, I don't know what the piece next to the garage, you
Yes.
know? Because then those are also behind the bulk of the house.
Val, could you just direct it?
Oh.
Sorry, just so I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, can we go up or down?
Maybe the site.
Yeah, right there,
Mhm.
those.
Do you, I felt like those were on the lower mass and really actually kind of the trickiest ones to see.
That's just a suggestion.
Are you good, Val?
Yeah.
Okay. Who's next?
Tobias, is there any chance to put them on the garage structure?
You know, it's just more cost effective to keep it on one structure.
Okay,
We felt when I was there and walked around the property, it felt like this location was better because the garage kind of shields that lower mass there with those 6
Mhm.
panels. So that's why we designed it the way we did.
Okay.
You know, it also just gets a little tricky as far as like fire code goes, having multiple buildings. And so we'd like to keep it ideally on one building if possible.
Can you put some here? On this?
That's,
The little wing. With this roof going the same way.
we could, you know, maybe we could get it what the other option, you know, we're just we're trying to keep it designed as is. If you want to knock off those panels and say, all right, you know, I just feel like the design is really appropriate as submitted. But if you'd like me to, you know, there's about 40 feet of screening between the building and Sanctity.
Pictures show that you can see that little piece right there. I
Yeah,
mean, if
and I'm not denying that you can't see something. I just felt like it was appropriate. You know, it's on the lower mass. It's stuck
Over
behind the garage.
Okay.
I if if you would like to approve it with those 6 panels removed and maybe move to the back side of the building, that's fine too.
Let's see
I
where
was just
we,
trying to keep in line with what the board has, I don't think this board has ever said you can't see something. It's just, it's a slight view, and I think that's reasonable.
thank you, Tobias. Let's stick to all of our comments and then we can get back to you, Tobias. So Connie, you've gone?
Yeah.
And Val, Abby?
I guess it was a couple of weeks ago. It just seemed very open to me, and I maybe perhaps with a little more vegetation on the far right to really obscure those 2 times 5, 10 on the east. And I'm fine with the ones beyond the gable dormer going north to south, but I have a problem with the
6.
6.
Just to clarify,
Okay.
Abby, you're talking about these you're fine with.
Those I'm not fine with.
These you're not.
Yeah, but
Those
those I'd like
if
to
they're
see
screened.
somehow a little bit more obscured by some vegetation or a tree or something. I'd be fine with it.
Thank you, Abby. Joe?
Yeah, thank you. It was just those 6 of the 34 that gave me pause. Whereas some applications you see really obvious ones that should be removed. So those 6 gave me pause only because there is a slight sight line in there at the driveway. Otherwise, it's screened by the garage and vegetation. I mean, not to the point where you can't see them, but it's mitigated. So I'm on the fence about those 6. They're the only ones that I thought would be an issue. They're on a forward mass that, almost goes as far forward as the garage. I appreciate Tobias's logic that it's on a lower mass, but so those are the only ones that I had an issue with. If everybody else had no problem with them, then I could be swayed the other way, but it sounds like they gave everyone pause.
I'd be fine moving those 6 to the back,
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
So that just leaves me. And yeah, I felt like pretty much all of these were visible from Sankaty. I could see the ones on both well, I could see both roofs on either side of here from over here. This is pretty thin vegetation over here. And then if you go to the slide number 6, Fiona, who's doing?
There.
Yes. Right here along Bayberry, there's a really clear visual of this roof plane. So, I mean, that's the neighbor's property, so it's tough to screen anything there, but maybe as Abby was suggesting, something there. I think that if these roofs facing south could be utilized, that would be the ideal place to put these. But for me, a little bit more screening here and here would make this plane work, and would help alleviate the misgivings that I'd have up there. But I feel like, yeah, I mean, we have these solar guidelines and there, it's about having an asphalt, a black roof, which is asphalt. So, yeah, I think because of the contrast and because of the visibility, it's going to take a combination of screening or rearranging. So, what's the feeling of the commission?
Anybody want to try to make a motion? I will
I'll leave
try.
it at that. Yeah, I
Yeah.
can try after you.
Motion to approve moving the 6 most forward northern panels to the rear. That's my motion. I don't know where he wants to move them on the rear.
I can come
Doesn't
back with
matter,
a
you
zig.
can't see it.
I'm happy to come back with an exhibit A.
Yeah,
Of course.
Would someone like to
Could I,
make a,
could I make
Yeah.
second your motion, adding some screening from Sankaty and Bayberry, looking where you say photo A, just additional, whatever the natural vegetation is
Here.
to.
I just, on that side, Abby, there's just not any space to really cover, the property line is tight there on that side,
On the,
on the right
East.
side,
on the east,
on the east side. correct.
yeah. It looks like you already have something there, so.
Yeah, I
mean,
think in the summertime, it's gonna be, the vegetation's there's gonna be leaves on it. And that side should be well screened. We're not, we love trees. We're not taking any down.
Then I would say, to screen it from Sankaty then, so that we don't see that, because that's an awful large plane that we'll see,
on the west,
whatever D is,
west.
yeah, west, yeah.
so I'll third the motion with, with, no, because we might be able to just do an exhibit A if that works. If that works for you, Tobias, would you rather make
I think-
revisions and come back or?
I think
or
it's
try
just
to-
really, I'm personally happy to come back with an exhibit A, eliminating 6 panels. I'm finding it really challenging to come back with, trees are expensive on Nantucket. And, this client's, doing this to try to save some money and to come back to them and say, hey, it's going to cost, 2 or 3 years worth of electricity to plant some trees. It's just really challenging. And so I felt like this application had a solid amount of screening and was in line with previously what the board has approved for projects that there are other projects that are slightly, ever so slightly visible along Sankaty Road that we've constructed.
That are wood roofs.
Yes.
So I appreciate that, Tobias. It looks like we're looking for a motion to hold for revisions, but we've got a motion on the floor, so we could go ahead and go through the motions of that on your motion, Val.
Could you repeat your motion, please?
It was to approve as submitted, moving the 6 panels to the back.
That sounds good.
And then Abby seconded with additional screening along Sankaty.
And I added the screening,
Okay, so
just extra screening.
I'm very
But
confused.
if you don't want either of those additions, we can stick with your motion and go forward.
I just want to move it along.
So are you adding the extra screening to your motion?
I would then say hold for revisions and let Tobias come back with what he wants
My,
to do.
my client is ready to cancel the project for the additional cost of the screening. So
So on your motion.
Okay.
Abby,
Uh,
this is a motion for revisions.
Oh,
motion for just revisions. Aye.
Connie,
I,
Joe,
I'm an aye. Thank you.
I'm an aye as well. So we'll look for revisions.
respectfully, I find that just really challenging, but we'll go on to the next one. This one will be easy.
Just to sort of
A
give
black-
closure to that, I wanted to say that this is a major thoroughfare. Like this is the beginning of the Pulpus Road. So there are thousands of cars going up and down Sankaty Road. It's on a corner at Bayberry, which cuts over to Baxter. So it's not a remote, only seen from the street kind of situation. This is a corner in a highly visible spot. So it's a tough situation, Tobias.
Should make this application very straightforward then.
Okay, so we will move on to 21 Clarendon Street.
21 Clarendon, the garage is already approved under a previous application. I just circled it to note it. Just looking, black roof, there's tons of screening. Chris Powers is the landscaper there. He's created a huge amount of screening, and we've included a picture of a property over on Dartmouth that has solar on it that's incredibly visible. I think it's appropriate for this neighborhood. And it's just a slight passing glance, so nothing that's overly offensive.
I think what works in favor of the one that you can see a lot and this one is the black roof.
Does anyone have, Tobias, are you finished with the introduction? Thank you. So
Uh,
does
keep it
anyone
short.
have questions for the applicant?
Mr. Chair, through you,
Yes.
Tobias, the application does say gray, so just maybe need to change that
It's a
for the roof color.
dark,
Charcoal.
it's a charcoal. I never say black. I've never said black. A roof is ever black. It's always a charcoal.
This one does say gray.
Yeah, I don't know anything about colors.
Connie, since I've got you on the line, do you want to go ahead and comment?
Sure. So the garage is all set.
Mhm.
Okay. And this. I mean, this is on the front of the house, right? Which gives me pause.
I would say look at the screening that's there, which is only going to get bigger.
Oh, yes. Okay. I think I'm okay with this.
Okay, Connie. And that's because of the screening that exists?
Which, yeah, we would just say needs to be maintained.
Thank you, Val.
That was my comment. Because of the screening, I don't have the same concerns I had on the previous application.
Abby,
I would just say to keep the screening in perpetuity, and I'm okay.
Joe?
Yeah, I'm okay. I think given the screening and I just to kind of follow on your comment about the previous application, this street is not heavily traveled. I happen to live on Dartmouth, so the example that is here I see every day, and
It looks great.
it
Yeah,
looks,
the
I
black
mean, it would be
roof.
nice if it was screened a little bit. And I remember this house when Bill McGuire owned it and there was no screening at all. And this is like a completely different property now that a landscaper has been living there for a few years. So I believe that this will remain hidden but previously it had zero privacy. This is the interesting thing about this is that there's no backyard at this house. So they've made the front yard their private area, and that has benefited them, but it's also screened this building from the street. So I think it's a unique property. And when you look at an aerial photo of this or a site map, it looks like it violates the guidelines because they're directly on the front. But
Mhm.
I think these should all be looked at on a case by case basis. I'm okay with it.
Thank you, Joe. So that leaves me. Yeah, so I mean, the guidelines are pretty clear about the front of the house, but this is very heavily screened, as everyone has taken note of. This is a street, off a street, off a street. It's very remote. So anyone who's getting ideas about putting something on the front of their house and it being approvable is not the correct assumption. But in this case, I agree with my fellow commissioners. If the existing vegetation is allowed to continue to grow and stays in place in perpetuity, I'm fine with it. Would someone like to make a motion?
Motion to approve as submitted, noting that the screening will remain in perpetuity.
Thank you on your motion, Val.
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
I'm an aye as well. Passes unanimously.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you,
And
Tobias.
just so you know, I'm here to work on very old guidelines. I wish we had guidelines for other things not just solar, but happy to work with the board anytime.
You-
Always appreciate your help.
Committee, I don't know what happened to that committee.
We'll have to
but
talk to Steven, get him on it, you know?
You were part of that.
Thank you, Tobias. All right, back on
Ta-da.
schedule. So I think we're back to the, do we have, okay, so we're on to 3/24/26 and we're on the second, which is 2 Brayburn. Brooke, good afternoon. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Mr. McLeod.
Would you like to present?
This is, I think it's 650 square feet on the ground. It is, I mean, I think it kind of speaks for itself. All of the details are similar to what is existing. There are some photos of what was approved and constructed. And it is kind of in a remote part of the lot. And it is stepped away from the road. I don't know really what else to say. So have at it, and maybe I can answer questions.
Thank you, Brooke. Does anyone have questions for Brooke? No? Well, who wants to start?
Charming structure. It's well proportioned. There's a lot going on, but I think it's appropriate relative to the main house. It's that's all I have to say. I think it's provable.
Thank you, Joe. Who's up?
I'll go.
Thanks.
I felt the same way. I was focusing sort of on the west, which is what would face Brayburn. Is the colors, because I can't tell from the pictures, Brooke, it looks natural to weather, but this is going to be gray.
So the trim color of the existing structure is, I think it's a platinum gray or a Quaker gray. And the windows, I believe, are black. When you go out there, it definitely is a lot more subdued than some of the white trimmed neighbors. And I think this will be another example of that.
Thank you. Appreciate the colors.
Would you like to go, Abby?
I have nothing to add. Thank you.
Thank you. Connie?
I'm okay with this. Thank you.
I am as well, and I too appreciate the subdued colors. This will be the same color scheme as the main house.
Indeed.
Thank you, Brooke. Would someone like to make a motion?
Motion to approve is submitted.
On your motion,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and I as well.
Well, thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you,
Sure,
Brooke.
thank you.
All right, that brings us to 49 Pine Street. Do we have Kevin with us?
It's the homeowner.
Who's representing?
You're
Yes.
unmuted, Kevin.
Here, thank you.
Kevin, welcome. Would you like to share and present?
Yes, I would love to. Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. So Kevin Stutz at 49 Pine, and I am very simply trying to add in kind of one kind of corner of the rear of our house, a little pergola. That pergola, I think you had it on the screen there. I have it on my other screen here, but it's kind of a small 12 by 13 pergola. Pretty self-explanatory there. You know, what we're attempting to do. I'm happy to answer any particular questions about it. I think I had it on here last time, but it wasn't represented. So back on this month.
Thank you, Kevin. Does anyone have questions for the applicant before I move on to Holly?
Yeah. I had this on my consent list and I actually drew this house back when it was built. My only concern was the pergola being white as opposed to natural to weather. So that's why I wanted everybody to discuss it. But all in all, I didn't have a real concern with it.
Thanks, Val. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yes, this is a non-contributing structure within the OHD, circa 2017, I believe, within the fish lots. While this feature is typical in some parts of the OHG with historic structures, not within the fish lots, the examples provided are within other areas of the town respectively. Definitely not appropriate as white, as Val just mentioned. I would agree with her. So it should be either natural to weather or none at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Okay, so Val, you went. Who else would like to go?
Go ahead. I was going to say
Oh,
to Kevin.
go ahead, Val.
The tree blocks a great deal of this area of the house.
Yes, ma'am.
You can't really see in the photos. That's all I wanted to point out. You can see it looking from the corner of Silver and Pine, but you can only see a little portion of it. And I think that's important too, with regard to the pergola being there.
Thanks, Val. Abby, were you gonna?
I could go.
Okay,
Go ahead.
go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, I'm just looking at I'm going through the photographs here, and what Val just mentioned, I think is important to note that does feel like it's tucked in. And when I look at the southeast corner of this, the photograph that shows the flag and the hydrangeas and the white fence and the white trim, there is some natural trellis on this. But I feel like the white, and I hate to contradict Holly's comments about the pergola, but I know there are some, and this, I think because it's anchored into the building versus projecting off the building, that it really does feel like it's integrated in with the architectural components of the building versus like a freestanding landscape element, which I think would look inappropriate white. So I'm okay with this as submitted. I think it's appropriate given the architecture and the positioning in that nook in the building. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. Who's left? Connie?
I can go.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm okay with this. I would be okay with it white. But if, the board thinks natural to weather, I'd be okay with that also. Thank you. I think it's appropriate.
Thanks, Connie. Abby?
Could I take a peek at the side view of this that shows the shed roof and then it becoming a dormer? I mean, becoming a, yeah, the, one more revolution, just so I can see it coming
The west
off.
elevation, is that?
I'm not sure.
This one?
That's coming towards you, right? I want to
This is
see
the
it from the side. So if that's
The
south,
side
maybe
from
it's,
here?
yeah,
The west elevation.
okay. Um, So where's the,
So it's not shown, it's
Oh, it's-
there, yeah.
There it is.
So this is Silver Street.
okay. Yeah, I kind of see what Joe is saying, but I think if we were to approve, it should be natural to weather. Just because I think it's going to draw more attention to it, and I'm not sure it's, a detail that, I mean, right now it works. So I would like to keep it as subtle as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. So I guess that just leaves me, and this is the back of the house, but because of its location on the corner and Silver Street, this feels, it's street facing. So I would look for it to be pulled back a little bit from each building. So from the west face and from the south face, a couple of feet, just so that it's not sticking out flush with the existing street facing main block of the building. And to that end, I think it would also sit in better if it were natural weather. The white, just the high contrast with everything around it, I think draws more attention to it. Do we have a motion from the board?
How deep is it now?
12 by 13. So
So bring it
in the corner,
it'd be like 9 by 11.
and there's a tree right in front of it.
keep the.
I might just add that if I can speak on that
Go ahead,
item,
Patrick. Or,
um,
sorry,
Kevin. Yeah, I'm
Last one.
looking at number 16. I don't know if that's one down. I think it's page 16. It kind of shows that west elevation view in color, a picture of the house, the actual picture, that one there. So you can kind of see the car there is my driveway. Then I have all those privets. And then to the right in that picture, those are really tall cypress trees. And there's a number of them there, like about 12 of them there, 10 or so, 10 or 12. And that faces literally Silver. And across the street, catty corner, is where the public parking lot is. So, you know, this positioning of the house where the pergola is going to go is not going to be seen hardly at all from anybody, to be honest. Either when you pull in the driveway where the car currently is, and those cypress trees are all in front of it. So it really is tucked in, completely tucked in there. And that's a small deck that already exists. And then we're just trying to put, you know, a small pergola roof over that is the essence of what we're trying to do. Yeah.
Thank you for those comments, Kevin. I mean, it probably would have been helpful to have photos along the street to show the trees and their fullness and how much they're screening.
If you look at item 15, the picture 15, it gives you that type of view, if you will. I think it's 15. Yeah. So if you see the cypresses, you can see the small roof there. And where the privets go along, then it starts to get really tall. That's got to be maybe, I don't know exactly well, to the first floor of my house there. So it is directly behind that, if you will, those trees that you see there. So this is the opposite elevation, southeast corner. Then on the other side is the west. And that's where my driveway is. So again, very tucked behind those tall cypress trees.
Is that a quick question for you, Kevin?
Mhm.
Is the dimension the 13, is that north to south or east to west?
Didn't take that.
You know, I am not sure to tell you that. But I am looking at number 24, and I think that is going to be east to west. I'm on page 24. Is going to be your shorter 12. And then the north to south is the longer section of my deck. It's almost square. I'm on page 24 showing a top viewpoint. That one shows it right there too, actually, doesn't it?
So that's where the beam is. And so there's a post
And the trees are where it says.
there's a tree here.
Where it says, what does it say? Picket fence. Really, there's the little roof in the corner there, and those trees run from that roof line all the way to my driveway. So you cannot see where that pergola is. There's a deck there now, and you can't see our deck at all there, you know, if you're passing by in a car at all. We've got privets coming into the driveway, And then those cypresses that are like, 18 feet tall are all in the front by the picket fence right there.
Thank you, Kevin. All right, let's move.
Thank you,
Do I have
guys.
a motion?
I'll try to make one. Motion to approve with the pergola being natural to weather.
Anything about the vegetation that's screening this from the road?
Keep the vegetation that's screening this from the road in perpetuity.
On your motion,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
I'm an aye as well. Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you so much. So just to reiterate, that was A-OK, but it has to be natural.
That's
Correct.
correct. And keep all that great vegetation you've got.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, definitely. Is natural if it's cedar, but I put a little sealer on it for protection, is that natural?
As long as it turns gray.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye.
All right, moving on to 16 and 19 East Creek Road. Do we have Eleanor on Zoom?
Whoops. Laura, I'm promoting you to a panelist if you. Is this your project?
Laura, feel free to begin anytime.
There, can you hear me?
Yes, if you could turn your volume up just a little bit, it'd be easier to hear.
My volume? Ooh, I don't know how to do that. Can you not hear me so well?
That was better.
That's
Okay, I'll just talk loudly. I'm not going to be here long. I'm really just going to hand it over to Laura from Scape. But so this application was originally going to be before you, your last new business meeting, but we had to go back to Concom so they could do a site visit. And subsequent to the site visit, they approved our application at its last meeting on April 2nd. So here we are before you with our final updated plan. Everything is in the packet that reflects what we plan to do. And I will let Laura give you the wonderful presentation and describe the project. And I will mute myself.
Thank you, Eleanor. Laura, please go
Great.
ahead.
Can you all see my screen okay?
Oh, and your voice is much better now. Thank you.
Okay, good. Yes, I unmuted myself, which helps. Hi, I'm Laura Moret, a principal landscape architect with Scape. We've been working with the land bank for a while on this site. So I will briefly touch on the existing site, the project goals, the concept and the materials, and show you some of the renderings of the project. So this is just a site plan of the 16 and 19 East Creek properties today. You can see there's an existing parking area that is gravel and a gravel drive that turns into a shell drive approaching an existing dock along the creeks. And there's an existing structure on the site with a private deck. And these are just some images to describe the site today. You can see here, there's that gravel parking area. This is the existing drive that goes down to the structure. This is the current dock, which is not ADA accessible, the shell drive, and you can see the structure and the deck in these images, the creeks beyond. An important part of the project is also restoration of the vegetation. So there's a number of invasive species in different parts of the site today. And part of the work that we, of course, reviewed with the Concom is restoration of these areas of invasives. You can see some of those invasive species that will be remediated through the project. The project goals established with the land bank were really to create an accessible and inclusive waterfront for the public, to foster intergenerational waterfront recreational opportunities, taking advantage of the proximity with our island home, to cultivate, restore, and expand healthy coastal habitats, and to shape spaces that are adaptable into the future. So here is an overall illustrative site plan that shows the proposed design. So in this corner here, a resurfacing of the parking area to include 2 ADA accessible parking spaces and 4 regular parking spaces. And then a simple timber boardwalk, which would be on grade, adjacent to the parking area, with some seating areas sloping down, and lifting off as a boardwalk at about elevation 8 so that it is resilient to flooding. Restoring a fishing dock with water access and some seating, and then a viewing deck that has terraced levels with seating at the top and some steps down, and picnic tables at the bottom. This is just a snapshot of the material palette, so very simple, in keeping with the other land bank properties. Stabilized decomposed granite in the parking area, marine grade lumber for the boardwalk, and some wooden picnic tables and benches. Again, consistent with some of these other land bank and adjacent properties that you see here. So examples of some of the kind of qualities of the boardwalk that we anticipate, as well as that stabilized decomposed granite material for the parking area in the Lily Pond example. So materials plan, again, very simple where those are occurring. So the stabilized crushed stone in the parking, that inlaid timber boardwalk, and then the elevated timber boardwalk as it reaches the viewing deck. And then these are just a few renderings. You saw the plan. I just wanted to point out that this red outline represents the existing footprint of the existing parking, drive, and building. And we've tried to be as close to within that and have minimal impact and restore as much of the site as possible while providing public access. This is a rendered conceptual view as you would see it from a kayak in the creeks, looking back at the deck and the dock. And then a view along the boardwalk as you're moving from that parking area out towards the terraced deck. And lastly, a view from the viewing deck out over the creeks with the reconstructed dock in the background. Okay, that's what I have. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Laura. Is there anyone from the public who'd like to speak about this? Fairly public application? Being none, Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So 16 and 19 East Creek Road, you have a vacant land, and then 19 East Creek was a former non-contributing dwelling, which you all did approve for a removal. And this property does, for this project, have a license agreement with the Board of Selectmen for additional areas. Staff pre-reviewed this proposal with Land Bank and their consultant, and this proposal checks the boxes for many public benefits, although not the HDC's purview. It's on public land for the use of visual benefits for all. And it removes a private dock and creates a public boardwalk and deck. Material choices are similar to others that you all have approved in the past. The boardwalk is consistent with other Land Bank boardwalk projects around the island, and staff has no concerns. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner, would like to begin.
I have a question.
Sure.
Please go ahead.
The pier that's standing up on, it's a pier on piers. And it has some seating around three sides, the farthest most. The thing that looks like the whale spout for the whale.
Yeah, right here.
That's there.
Yes. Yeah.
How do you keep people from falling off the front? There's no railing or anything.
Isn't that
I know that's not in our purview. I'm just curious.
cable?
Yeah.
It's just like by the rope walk. Sorry.
Oh, that's okay. This is actually a detail that we will be working through, and I believe my colleague Todd Turcott from PAR, who's doing some of the structural engineering, is available if we want to ask him further questions. But we're looking at providing kind of a kick rail there that's consistent. And I'll go back to it. Let's see what we see in.
What page was that now?
Here we go. Like, for example, in the Easy Street Park example, to provide a kick rail at the edge.
Would you like to go ahead and comment, Val?
I have really no real concerns. I think once it's all weathered in, it will look like it's been there. And I understand the cable railing because you can see through it, so it'll be nice for the people at the island home to be able to enjoy that.
Abby?
No, I can't wait to go here. Very excited about the project. The only material I have a question is the gray gravel, and if it's the sort of the blue crushed stone, that's sort of hard on the feet, and I would much prefer to see like pea stone, rather than. So I'm not exactly sure what you're proposing for the parking lot, but it sounds like it's that crushed gray granite, which is hard on the feet. Other than that, I'm excited about the project.
Thank you, Abby. Connie?
I have no concerns.
Joe?
I have no concerns, and my former client owned that house,
Hmm.
and
Uh,
I was really happy when it got sold. And I think it's an exciting project, and I like the way the materials tie together different aspects of the waterfront in town. So it seems to be consistent with other waterfront parks that we have, and docks and so forth. So nice job. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe.
you.
I too feel like it's consistent with other examples and uses that we already have. So does someone have a motion
Motion to approve is submitted.
on your motion, Val?
Oh,
Oh.
except for the what? The pea stone?
Well, ask her what is the crushed stone that they're using?
Abby would like to know what the crushed stone is.
Yeah, what we have currently is a decomposed granite. So it's a, let me see if I have a better image. So it's like a crushed stone. It's very fine, and there's a stabilizer that allows it to be ADA compliant. The land bank has tested it, I believe, at the Lily Pond location. The color is something that we would have control over selection, but open to pea stone as well. We just need to make sure that it's ADA compliant.
Back to our regularly scheduled motion.
Motion to approve is submitted.
Abby?
Yes, I'm an I.
Connie?
I,
Joe?
Aye.
I'm an I as well. Eleanor and
Thank
Laura,
you.
thank you for your presentations.
Great.
Thank you
Thank
very
you
much.
so much.
Good night.
Bye-bye.
And just like that, we're off to 4/7/26
I'm representing for Ethan.
for 12 West Sankaty. Thank you, Val. Are you okay with a 4-person board? All right.
Easy. The first application is a 10 by 16 shed. It has batten doors facing Lincoln. This house is between 3 streets. And this is to afford the backyard a little bit more privacy and to store stuff. On the, I think it's the north side facing the yard, he's put a barn door. Yeah, that's about it. It's 13.9-ish in
Thank-
height.
Okay. Thanks,
Um,
Val.
If you look at the site plan, I think it will help you. Yeah, there's the shed, pretty basic.
Holly, why don't you begin first?
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Chair. So this is the main house is a circa 1923 craftsman bungalow that you all have approved some alterations and restorations on recently. The vernacular of the shed, it's a 160 square foot zoning shed, works with the existing historic bungalow. The barn door is an atypical feature, but it's internal to the property and I don't believe it will be visible. I think everything else will appropriately match the historic house. I just had a question about the appropriateness of the barn door to a zoning shed. Other than that, I had no other concerns. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Does anyone have questions for the applicant? All right, who would like to begin? Well, don't all jump at once. Go ahead, Abby.
I'm imagining those doors are natural to weather.
What does it say on the application, Holly? I don't have it in front of me. I just found out about this. before you go to the
White
meeting.
to match existing is what the trim sash.
Oh,
Yeah.
White trim doors natural to weather
all righty then,
and roof natural to weather.
Actually, I jumped into that. I actually had a question. And this is on the north side. So there's a plan that shows like the landscaping in the back. Who's running this? Like the site plan.
Yeah, right there.
Yeah, so there's a patio right here that ends there and then like grass or something, but then this door straddles that. And it shows in the plan like a stoop here. I'm just,
And you think you're gonna see that?
well, no, I'm
No.
just wondering, like, is the patio coming out further or is it stopping short of it or
What do you think about
just
that? I
how the
know it's
doors
shed.
relate to it? Okay. All right. Back to commissioner comments. Go ahead, Connie.
I have no concerns.
Joe?
Um, sorry, I missed what's the color of the garage doors face Lincoln Street, correct?
The barn doors or swing doors are natural to weather.
Okay. Yeah, I have no concerns. Thank you.
So that leaves me, my only concern was because this was a low slung bungalow, the eave, I was liking the idea of that eave coming down to the window head height. You could still fit in the garage, the doors, but that was my concern, especially since it's right on the street, on New Street. So do I have a motion
A motion to approve as submitted?
on your motion?
Hi.
Abby,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and I am an I as well. Thank you, Val.
Okay, well, there's
Uh,
one more. It's a front
we've-
door.
So, do you want to go ahead and present the porch door?
It's replacing a steel 9-light door with a door that looks like the original door, which I think, Polly, he sent a picture, right? That's batten with a 6 light in it, painted Essex green, I believe.
Mr. Chair, through you to Fiona, there should be another PDF within the, on Laserfish. Can you get onto that or no? It was sent to us today. I can send it around to the commission. But this was provided by Ethan. This door, he said, it was the door to the house behind that enclosed porch. So the door on the building now is a temporary construction door.
Mhm. So that was the door before the construction door was put on to the house?
I can confirm it. Especially how it has the numerical of the street. Again, says a craftsman bungalow. And that was my only concern, was that the proposed door, of course, the door that's before you in the picture, is not appropriate craftsman bungalow door. This one is a craftsman door. And that was my only concern about the pane sizes with what was shown in the application itself. But if it matches that to a T, then I have no concern.
And
Thank you.
there is drawings of the door in there.
Thank you, Holly. Who would like to begin?
I can go.
Okay,
I'm okay with the proposed.
Connie,
No concerns.
Joe.
No concerns. Thank you.
So I guess I'm odd man out. I think that this was obviously a very appropriate door for the house. But with a infill porch, um, it seems out of place. The glass, I think, should relate to the glass that is in the windows, and there should be glass to the as much as there is with the windows. It's like, I don't know, putting a solid door on a fence or something like. Anyway, so
How would you make that door relate to those panes?
either a 12 light or a 2 light or something, some configuration that gives you vertical lights, but that the glass starts more in line with the bottom of the windows.
So they shouldn't use that door that they have?
That's my opinion, but there are 4 commissioners here.
Sorry, I want to ask you a question about what you said.
Yeah.
Do you mean a door that's like the temporary door?
Yes. Well, yeah, the glass that would be roughly in line with the glass of the windows.
Well, so originally, before I heard that was a temporary door, I thought that,
Was the door being proposed?
yes,
Uh,
and I liked that. So is there a way to refurbish that door as a,
To get rid of the door that's the real door and keep the steel door or make a door to look like
that's
that.
steel?
Yeah.
Yes, it's a construction door.
Can this door, Joe, for your benefit, the old door to the porch, from the porch to the house with 6 lights, can that be used for the main entry to the house, or is there no more a door
I
on
would
the
think there's
inside?
another entry that it would work on.
It's not a.
Like
side
where
door.
originally was
No, it's
from
not
the porch to the
subdivision.
house?
Ah,
It's living room.
So that's all open once you go through there.
Yeah.
Right. So, commissioners, do we have a motion?
We're gonna be here all night.
yes, we're gonna
Um,
be here all night.
I would motion to approve as submitted. I do understand the comments about the fenestration lining up, but it doesn't feel congruent with the porch. Feel like the door they're proposing feels like the door that you'd expect going into the porch. So it feels appropriate to me.
Are you making a motion to approve as submitted?
I am, yes.
Thank you, Joe, on your motion.
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
and I am a nay.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
So motion carries with Angus dissenting. All right, so that brings us up to 7 Pleasant Street. Do we have Ben?
Hi, everybody.
Hi, Ben. You could, if you could share and begin whenever you like. Thank you.
It seems like Fiona's sharing it. That works perfectly for me, if that's okay. And if we can just look at that picture that shows that little birdhouse in the backyard. Um, are you function? Yeah, there you go. Perfect. So you can see that. So we're talking about the carriage house in the backyard of this property. It's obviously in the very back of a large in-town property. There's probably a 12-foot grade difference between Pleasant Street and this lower yard. You know, I hate to use this, but visibility is zero. As it may, the carriage house we're looking at in this picture, you can see the fireplace, and then the roof line in our proposal is to continue down at that 4 pitch to create a screened-in porch at the end of that building. Again, I think visibility is zero, but even if it wasn't, it's just a little tack on the back of this building or side of this building. So with that, I think it's all pretty self-explanatory, and I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ben. Any questions for Ben? All right. Holly, do you have comments?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. So for the record, 7 Pleasant Street, the main house, is an individually significant. It was the Isaac Macy House, excuse me, built in circa 1822 by John Coleman. The carriage house actually has an HDC survey. However, there's no date, but it is shown on the 1938 aerial, which I attached to my staff comments, which is the actual gable end that you see facing Pleasant Street down the driveway. The gable portion of this existing carriage house is at least circa 1938, contributing or earlier. It was added onto more than likely in the 90s or even earlier, 1990s. Staff received email from the direct abutter at 100 Main Street who wanted to review the plan. Staff provided it as of this report, had not received any comments for the board's consideration. However, they were especially interested in the elevation facing their property line on the north elevation. This elevation has no first floor windows, however, now proposing as a 6/6 double hung ganged window. The proposal also includes additional fenestration changes to the character defining garage doors and the rear, which is the west elevation facing 104 Main Street. While the HDC's purview is the architectural appropriateness, this building is located along the rear and side property lines that are shared with neighbors whom also have outbuildings historically placed along the rear property line. The staff's recommendation would be to make sure the existing dovecotes in the gable end stay. It was not brought over into the elevations. So that would be something that I would recommend. To the agent and property owner should reach out to direct abutters clarifying any concerns that they may have. Although, you know, again, this is where this process is, but due to the proximity of these structures, it would be a neighborly gesture in that regard. Those were my overall comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Holly. So if no one else has a question, I have a question, and that's to Holly's point about the dovecote. Are those going to remain in the gable above the garage doors, Ben?
Absolutely, and I apologize they're not on the elevation, but yeah, we're not changing those whatsoever.
Great, thank you. All right, commissioners, who'd like to begin? Go ahead, Val.
I think based on what is visible of this structure from a public purview, I am fine with this. Thank you.
Thanks, Val. Who's next?
I can go.
Go ahead, Abby.
Well, yeah, well, I really love what's there. You know, without the extra details of the windows and the garage doors and putting on the screen porch, but as Val points out, I think it's a pretty private back there. I'm not sure what we're talking about with the neighbors, whether this screen porch is, I should take a look at the site plan and see. It does cover the whole back. I wonder if
They did get notified by a butter notification.
And the screen porch is on the other side of the structure from the concerned neighbor.
right. Yeah, it seems to be within the setback and everything. So a roundabout way of saying I'm okay with this.
All right, thank you, Abby. Connie?
I have no concerns.
Joe?
Yeah, I have no concerns. Seems like a reasonable way to add a screen porch on without overcomplicating the massing, and even the introduction of the windows into those carriage house doors, in my opinion, doesn't change some of the character defining elements like the arch and the boards and the hinges, and the fact that we have 2 doors still and not one. This seems to be a light-handed approach to gain some square footage. So I think it's appropriate, even if it was visible. Thanks.
Thank you, Joe. I agree with Joe. He beat me to it with the doors. I believe that most of the character defining elements, the arch and the planks and so forth, the strap hinges, are all intact, and the windows are not out of character with what would be in a plank door. So does anyone have a motion
Mr.
for
Chair,
this?
before you make the motion,
Yes.
I would love to ask, with the condition that the dovetail detail gets added and approximate date of construction added to the COA, which I would say is circa 1938.
I was going to do both of those, but thank you for that, Holly.
Thank you.
Do we have a motion?
I'd make a motion
Go ahead, Joe.
submitted with the amendments that Holly just described.
Thank you, Joe, on your motion.
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
and I am an aye as well.
Add
Thank
the
you, Ben.
dovecoats
Thank
and
you,
what?
everybody.
The- The
The
date?
Dovecoats and the 1938 date.
The date.
And that brings us to 29 Broad Street. Do we have Paul? Paul, would you like to share and present?
How we doing, everybody? Give me 1 second. Fiona, you want to let me share or do you want to share?
That's perfect, Paul. I'll bring you.
Okay. Can y'all see my screen?
No. Oh, yes.
Now we can, Paul. Thank you.
All right, sorry about that. So I'm here before you folks tonight for the tap room at the Jared Coffin House, circa 1845. There's a outside patio bar with patio seating. The current bar now is a wood paneled painted Essex green bar with a natural wood top. The owner is looking to kind of reorganize the seating outside and gain more bar space. So they're looking to do a square bar in similar width that you see from the street, but adding more bar seats. They want to do it same paneled, but all natural to weather. And there's really no delta in seating. We're not looking to add any seating to the current configuration. This is the existing bar facade as it sits today. This is the view if you were walking down Broad and Center Street. And then this was just to show where the existing bar sits today and the existing patio, and then the change of the bar that we are looking to implement. And like I said, there's really no delta in outdoor seating. It's really just a reconfiguration of the bar. Having said that, I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you, Paul. Holly, do you have any comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So 29 Broad Street is the individually significant Jared Coffin House from circa 1845, and of course, the tap room bar. The proposed changes to this existing exterior bar on the patio is from one style to another to accommodate additional patrons. The color will change from Essex green with a natural top, and natural face and natural top, to a natural face and natural top. All of this is located within an existing cover patio, and I didn't see any concerns. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Holly. Does anyone have any questions for the applicant?
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead, Abby.
What will we see from the street looking in where we normally saw the Essex green? Will we see metal? Is that?
No, wood.
No, Abby, it would
natural
just be
wood.
this elevation right here to the bar elevation here. So it will look exactly like it looks now from the street because we're taking that same paneled bar, except it won't be green. It'll be all natural wood. And picture that same elevation being natural wood, still facing the street facade.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
I've got a question. So the wood that's proposed is a plywood,
No, we would use a hardwood.
solid wood.
Yep.
Okay. In the detail, I thought I saw plywood, and I could just see the whole thing blowing up, starting out really nice, but then sort of.
I see
Yeah,
what
like-
you're saying there. We'll take care
It's
of
a
that.
3/8 maple plywood
Yep, we'll
on
take
a
care of that.
half-inch plywood panel.
I have one more question.
Go ahead, Abby.
So, what's his name? Paul, so is there detailing, like, I see insets, will those be retained or is that? Am I
Correct.
reading the drawing correctly?
Correct. It'll look just like this bar, Abby, but it will be natural wood, just not painted green.
Okay, and it will probably, is it, so natural to weather, but not varnished or anything, just,
No, the top they typically varnish for protection, obviously reasons, but the face, no.
okay. I thank you for that.
Okay, so comments?
I would make a motion to approve as submitted.
Okay. And Abby?
I'd go along with that. I
Connie?
missed the Essex green, but
Yeah, me too, but I have no concerns. Thank you.
Joe, do you have?
Yeah, I have no concern. That changed the experience from the street. Thank you.
Okay, that leaves me. I have reservations about the plywood. So do you want to change that in the detail or the specs to be solid wood?
Yeah, you can put that as
Just-
part of your motion that will make sure that the face is solid.
Okay, I'm gonna miss the green as well, but I think Val, you had a motion?
I would make a motion to approve as submitted, noting that the bar,
change from plywood to hardwood.
The face of
the face of the bar become a solid wood as opposed to plywood. Right.
on your motion.
Aye.
Abby,
I,
Connie,
Hi.
Joe,
Aye.
I'm an I as well. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you, folks. Have a good night.
With all the butts facing the street the same way, I'm gonna see it.
I wish I were one of those.
Right.
All right, that moves us to 8 Washington Street. Is Aiden with us? Oh, welcome.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
I'm representing Hannah, who is the leasee from Susan. But I have text message confirmation to show that she's given consent for this portion of the property, to let Hannah do what she would like to do for her business. So as of right now, this was most recently rented to Christopher Home Furnishings. And as you can see, the storefront when you drive by is that color green. And they controlled that section of 8 Washington Street. And then right next door is the Wave, or the NRTA as I remember it, with a Quaker gray and a deep red of some sort. But what Hannah would like to do is kind of freshen this area up so that there's a lot of foot traffic for the storefront, and also deter herself from Christopher Home Furnishings with the green awnings and the green sash and the green door, and kind of eliminate this confusion that most people could be having when they walk by, or also separate the 3 businesses from each other, but also give a complementary color way to the NRTA Wave mittens inside the window trim with the awning color, but also the second story floor of 8 Washington Street and the backside also has white. So it's kind of in this weird position where it could go from a white backside to a white second story to a green front side. So it's just trying to, separate itself and also allow for foot traffic and other high demand of it's just an influx of business of some sort. And then if you want to scroll down just a little bit, I kind of gave you some background on the building history and all that. Yeah, well, I can talk about this actually real quick. These are just awnings around the island of stripes and solids and reds and creams. And I think what she is trying to push for is something that's a little bit different, but also very controlled in some way. And I have the exact awning shade pattern if you would like to see it. It's in between. I would say if you go down to the Rose and Crown, it's the same color red, but if you go drive by, another business that has a cream top, the colors have been used. It's just more of the pattern choice for the storefront. And also, if you go back to 2019, that window was white originally, and I think when CHF took over that section of the building, they just turned it to make a green of some sort. But it's in this weird system because if you go back to the previous building that was Island Motors back in the 80s and 60s, and they had a green, or they had a blue garage door as shown in the movie One Crazy Summer. If you could see where they're painting the boat or the doors down below, there was blue on the building at some point. So I do believe that, it could be considered appropriate for the storefront. I just think that maybe it could be tweaked into being just a white or, just the awning of some sort.
Thank you, Aiden. So do we have any, well, let's start with Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yes, this is basically a contributing structure within the OHD. The NHL data does indicate 1939. Obviously, it's been altered over time. Appreciate the applicant's nod to the structure's importance with One Crazy Summer. What a great Nantucket movie. If you haven't watched it, I highly recommend. However, the proposed color and scheme to distinguish this business location from one another is not appropriate as proposed. The colors should come from the HDC's established color palette. I have no concerns with a striped awning, but not that color choice. There's colors that are appropriate within the local and national historic district, and need to really look at that. Maybe it is taking, because we've got one color on one side of the street and one color on the other, and it's not just the red and the white or cream, but it's also that blue. I think referring to Nantucket's true colors, not the Essex green. Obviously, they want to step aside from that. But anyway, those are my concerns, is the color choice. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Are there any questions for the applicant?
Is the sign shown in the photo? Well, of course, that has to get approved by sign people, but is it trying to tie in with the sign? Is that why?
I believe so, and I think that the color choice was based on the fact that it matched the sign and the awning matched the same pattern or of some sort. But I'm not the sign applicant, so I don't know anything about that. I'm just more on the color.
Yeah, I was just trying to figure out where she drew the
Yeah,
desire from. I agree with Holly. I don't mind it being a different color to distinguish it, or the windows and door. It's just, I think the pattern of that stripe is not appropriate. It needs to be simpler, I think.
Thank you, Val. Who's next?
I can go.
Go ahead, Abby.
So I agree with Val and Holly that I wouldn't mind a red, sort of that, whatever that brick color is, if it's if you can sort of match a historic color that we approve. I was thinking that the white is really popping, and I know you want to differentiate yourself from Christopher's. I get that, but maybe it could be toned down like a cream instead of a white, because it looks a little commercial. So, yeah, and I also agree with Holly that, see what's across the street and sort of weigh in and see what would be.
Yeah, the only the way I look at it is that
Aiden,
if you,
we're going to have our deliberation and then if after we speak, then I'll recognize you again.
Leslie, the only thing I wanted to say about and I know you've just sort of photoshopped those in, but the scale of those red stripes aren't, I mean, I don't mind that pattern, but I think it's supposed to be smaller, right?
yeah,
Yeah, and
I-
it's supposed
I can-
to like fit.
I can
onto
show
the-
you like an exact on my phone if that helps. If you want me to submit
Well,
that. as
So,
well.
you know what I'd like to know? How wide is that red stripe? Because when you Photoshop that on, I think it's coming out
Yeah.
a lot larger than. that
I
is.
I would guesstimate that the cream is about 4 inches and the
Yeah.
red is about 2 to 3, maybe.
Okay, so it's that really changes things. the
Yeah.
Scale. So I would like, if we were to approve it, I'd like to number one, see more cream and have the exact awning dimensions, whatever scale.
Fabric.
Yeah, see what the fabric is.
Thank you, Abby. Connie?
Yeah, I don't really have much to add. I do agree with what's been said about the contrast in the colors. If the white could be toned down, I think that's just kind of clashing with the cream and the red. For me, I just think it looks out of place.
Thank you, Connie. Joe?
Yeah, thanks.
Did you just mute yourself? Joe?
Joe, you're muted.
Oh, now he's gone. His picture's gone.
Yeah. Am I still muted? No.
Okay, we can hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay, sorry about that. What I was going to say is that I can see the logic behind the white, given the narrative of the building. And I agree with my fellow commissioners that when I think about the white with the awning colors, that they don't seem to work well together. So my takeaway is that nobody seems to be pushing green windows, and some distinction makes sense. This has made me want to go look at every awning in town just to see the variety. You've included some, but I don't feel empowered to speak on the nuances of the awning and stripes and the dimensions of it and so forth without understanding the other examples that are out there. And I do think that having the color, whatever the awning ends up being, if it's two-tone, that the fenestration tying into that would be helpful. And then I have a question regarding the door color. It's shown as white, but then there was some discussion about this gray. Where does this blue intend to be shown? Do you want that to be on the door, or it's not represented in the rendering? So I was a little bit confused about the blue.
Would you like me? Can I?
It's, Aiden, feel free to answer the
Okay,
question. Thank you.
She wanted originally to do this gray blue color, but if we have to opt for white to match the second story and the rear side, she would be okay with that. I think the gray blue is just how I submitted that. It looks white, but it actually is a different kind of color of grayish blue. But I think if you would like me to go back and submit it as white, I think that would be more appropriate for the building. And also, since the white was already there in 2019, I think that's how I'm approaching this right now.
I have one final comment then. I think that they should all work together, that the sign, the awning, the window color, and the door could work in as an ensemble, I guess, versus having a random color for the door. So I'm open to color ideas. I'm okay with I like Abby's idea of the off-white if that's where the awning ends up going. I would encourage you to bring some examples of various awnings to see what kind of variety we actually have. Might be too early in the season to do it, though.
Thanks, Joe.
Thanks.
So Val, you've already gone?
Yeah, I do have a quick.
Yeah.
Is it possible to get a sample of the fabric?
Yeah, I have the exact sample on my phone that she sent me. It's just I'm kind of like you. I don't know exactly how the spacing works, and I've only gone around and photographed all the awnings that I could find, and it was only solid stripes, or it was if you go down to the Blue Beetle, it's all navy, but it has like white accents on the outside, and then the rest of that road is the same green color. So I'm in the kind of the boat of like, well, should it be solid striping or should it just be a solid color or should it be a solid color with white accents? It's very loosely out there right now for awnings.
Well, it's hard to know as well because we don't know what the sign is to start off with. And I think that the culmination of the comments as I see them is we want everything to coordinate. And if it's gonna be striped, it should be simple stripes, not a variety, right?
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Val.
Unless we see the fabric.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, my comments are pretty much in line with everybody else. The white seems too stark. It is on the second floor. And I do understand that, you know, the attempt to try to differentiate, but the white door especially stands out. But I think along Abby's comments about a more of a cream color that gets tied in with the awning and with the sash and the door, I think all that makes sense. And what would probably work best is just to the photograph that you have, submit that as part of the next proposal. I'm assuming we're looking for more information and revisions, but in that um, a the photograph that you have, but also any sort of color samples and options that we can choose in A, B, or C. And you know, look at the awnings that are out there, pull the examples, and look at the colors that we typically would approve.
If
Uh,
uh if we were to get this kind of to go quicker, should we just submit for an HDC approved color as in white or a like a darker color for the door, but something that kind of matches the style? Or should we like
I think starting with the HGC colors would probably, you know,
Okay.
typically approved colors, or if there's a predominant color that you see around town that's not on that chart, there's a good precedent for it. So let's,
I'll make a motion to hold for more information, and that would be your choice of color, unless you want to give us an alternative, like Angus just said, A, B, or C. One of the historic colors and a sample of the fabric that we could look at and make sure it was appropriate. That's my motion.
thank you, Abby, on your motion.
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
I'm an I as well. Thank you. Hayden,
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Have a good evening.
you too.
The upshot is we're open to color.
All right, so let's move on to 40 Liberty Street. Do we have anyone representing Shampoo?
I don't.
Okay, why don't we put that for 20 past 6
Okay.
and move on to 21 Lincoln.
In Lincoln.
What about fairgrounds?
Oh, I'm sorry.
And where is 21 Lincoln?
Oh, I'm looking on the agenda that came out an hour before this one.
Oh, you mean the old, very old one?
Yeah, right. Yeah, sorry about that. 27 Fairgrounds.
Okay.
Val, I know you're here.
Are you sharing that? No. It's only one page. All right. This is the Fairgrounds Restaurant. everybody knows. We are looking to take the entire left side, which is now asphalt, and make it into grass. The parking is getting reconfigured and all moved to the rear. We want to continue the brick sidewalk around the right side of the building to accommodate people getting out of the cars and coming in. And then one little area in the front to be shell. He thought that would be good for deliveries or emergency vehicles or anything like that that would have to drive in and out. But after speaking with Ethan today, he's amenable to just making that be grass as well. And I think that was Abby's concern, was the shell.
Where it's saying shell would be grass.
Right.
Okay. Any questions for the applicant? All right, who wants to begin? This was on your consent list, Abby, if you want to
So,
start.
yeah, I just thought introducing a new material seemed odd, and especially shell that didn't have a border to go, stop it from going to the grass or the asphalt. I think it'd be a lot neater if they're amenable to just continuing the grass or brick. Just
No,
keep it
grass, I think is what he said is fine.
Okay, that would be fine with me.
Okay,
Maybe some stepping stones if you're worried about if that's where deliveries are going. you
If we have to come back for something other than
Yeah.
that, we will.
Yeah, no worries.
Connie,
Yeah, I have no concerns with the grass.
thank you.
In place of the shell.
Joe?
No concern,
Are you amenable to that?
long as the grass is green.
As long as the grass is green. All right,
I think it's a
Well-
huge improvement.
And not Astro.
I think this is an improvement, so I'm fine with it as well. Would someone like to make a motion?
A
Sure.
motion to approve as submitted
Thank you, Connie.
With
On
the-
your-
Without the shell.
with the grass, right?
With the grass where it says shell
Shell. We can cross. it
on
off.
your motion, Connie.
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
I'm an aye as well. Thank you, Val.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so now we're over to Tuckanuck. Do we have Stephanie? Hmm.
Thank you, Val.
Hello, everyone.
Good evening.
evening.
Please share and begin your presentation. Thank you.
You want me to share or you already have it on?
No, you can share.
Please, if you can share, please do.
Yeah, I will. Just a second. Okay, can you see my screen? You can see my screen now?
We've got it on the screen. Please go ahead.
Okay, perfect. My name is Stéphane Lécuyer. Our project in Tuckanuck was approved last summer. We discovered after the approval that the conservation restriction allow only a one-story building. We found that in a very old document in 1974, if you remember. And the maximum footprint is supposed to be 1,800 square feet. We met with Rebecca from TNC on site. We tried to negotiate with them, telling them that because it's a very, very small house, we tried to convince them that the footprint for them would be better because of the 2 stories, but they denied it, and we redone the house only on 1 story. To understand well, if you can see on my screen, the pink building is the existing building. It's an existing shed that we have there, we bought there, and on the right side, it was the project approved last summer with the shed and extension on 2 stories on the right side. Now we cannot do that anymore. We did the one at the bottom, and we flipped. The shed now is on the right side, and we have this 1-story extension with a mezzanine. The footprint of the house is now 985 square feet, including the shed, and we're allowed 1,800. We're almost half of what is allowed, and the height is almost the same, a little bit lower. We are at 20 feet and 1/4 inch. We are open to where I was discussing with my wife about the door, the main door, which is the middle of the house right here. We put a double door, but it can be a single door, the one that when it was approved, which is yeah, you can see it on the drawing on the top. And if I go further, this is the existing shed. And this is the plans of the ground floor, the mezzanine, the elevation. This is the front elevation of the house. This is the side of the house where you can see the shed that we put new small windows there. We have a dormer, 2 dormers on each side in the back of the house to accommodate the mezzanine. And this is the back of the house with the shed on the left side. And this is the other side of the house with the dormer on the left side. And if I go to the rendering, this is the front of the house. Like I said, we can put a single door, a storm door in the middle there. This is the front also. This is the back of the house. We have a shower on one side and a place to put the wood on the other side. It's the back of the house where you can see the shower with the small patio. And this is the last rendering on the other side of the house, which is front of the house. Am I going too fast?
We're having a little bit of a hard time hearing what you're saying, but it sounds like you've covered most of it. Have you said what you'd like to?
Yeah, you cannot hear me well?
That's better.
It's better? Okay.
Are you good?
Yeah. Can you hear me better like that?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. You want me to redo the presentation, or you're fine, or
No,
it's
that's
fine?
all right.
Okay. Perfect.
We all review it before the meeting, but we just wanted to hear what you had to say.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you. Holly, do you have comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is the existing structure is a shed, unknown date. There is a conservation easement restriction held by the Nature Conservancy on this property. You all did approve a addition to the shed to turn it into a dwelling, which is a little atypical, but nonetheless, Tucker Nut is one of a kind. And this restriction only allows for a 1-story structure, and a very specific condition where it shall not exceed 10 feet in height, excluding chimneys, structural supports, height being measured from the top of the sill to the lowest part of the eave. So you've gone from a taller structure down to a more of a ground coverage structure with now a mezzanine in the middle. This conservation restriction, you have a copy of their letter of approval of this design before you in the application. And page 14 in the packet, it best describes what the HDC approved and the revisions before you tonight in order to comply with that conservation restriction. I included in my staff comments, the board approved the original plans with an Exhibit A. Val, I believe you drew them, which that Exhibit A would be what I would recommend you retaining those same conditions. Adding that wooden storm door with the porthole, assuming that the front door is the east. And that was one thing that was very difficult to discern on. Also removing that middle window on that smaller mass. And I did provide those in my comments. And I just wanted to point out this structure, while it's remote on the southernmost portion of Tuckernutt, it is visible from the ocean. So I think that southern elevation would be most important for your visibility. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Are there any questions from the commissioners?
I have a question. So
Go ahead, Val.
this is considered a one-story.
Yes.
One story with a mezzanine in the middle.
Yeah, the mezzanine is not more than 33% of the open space on the first floor.
Oh.
By definition of the
Okay, in terms of comments, I would say I prefer the door to be a single door, and the porthole door did have some charm. Again, I think the square window in the existing in the gable is it's out of proportion to the building and what's below it, because the windows on the first floor are so large, it probably should be much smaller or non-existent. And what is the chimney? Is it parged?
The chimney, it's a real chimney. But what do you mean? What did you say?
I think it's.
Oh, the material of the chimney,
It's
brick or parched?
It's brick.
Okay,
Brick.
thanks. It looked like it was concrete parged or something.
No, it's brick.
Okay.
Thank you, Val. Who's next?
I can go. I had it on my
Go ahead.
consent and I couldn't understand what the changes were, so I'm glad to have the applicant here. I kind of miss the old pitch of the white, mimicking that little Victorian white clapboard house is so that one right there with the brick that
Oh,
so
it was only for the windows. Now, we put this big, we rent this house, it's the White House, but we rent this house for more than 10 years. We spend 3 months a year in Tuckernutt since, like I said, 10 years. And we rented this house. We just put this house just for the windows, the size of the windows. And
okay, so let's talk about the size of the windows.
Yeah.
If you're looking for to copy that old little Victorian, I've got to say that the windows on the second floor, what you call the mezzanine, they should be smaller. They're
Yeah.
overpowering that little gable.
I agree with you. I agree with you. Yeah. You would say you would put only one instead of two probably, or.
And I would, it's the proportions are off. It has to be sort of smaller, not so vertical, not so wide. But more importantly, I'd like to see, you have a pitch on the original shed, and I'd like to see that the same as the pitch on the newly proposed so that they go together. Right now, it looks a little bit wider.
Which pitch? I don't understand what you just said. On the front facade, on the main facade of
He
the
has
house.
to let everybody talk first.
I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah, so I'm going to just say what I feel, and we're going to go around the table.
Okay.
And then Angus will sort of put it all together. So I agree about the 4 window in the little gable of the shed. It's overpowering. It should either be smaller or not there at all.
and a single front door, maybe just a board and batten, sort of simplified, sort of Tuckernuck style front door. But, so my main things are to have the same roof pitch as the existing shed on your proposed, on your new drawing, and to reduce the size of the window on the second floor or the mezzanine. Thank you. What happened to the chimney?
It's on there, but graphically it's kind of funky. Yeah. If you go to, 23. There. Connie.
So I really don't have anything else to add, but I agree with all the points that have been brought up by my fellow commissioners. I think the door that Holly proposed with the little porthole would be very appropriate for a single door to replace those two double doors. Thank you.
Thank you, Connie. Joe?
Yeah. Well, I love the existing shed, and the thing that about Tuckernuck is the buildings are so austere, and the massing of this, I don't have any issues so much with the massing. I think it's in keeping with what was already approved. I actually think it's a net improvement because now there's more hierarchy between the shed and what's being added to it, where the previous approval, the proportions, the widths of those things were very similar to one another, and this somehow feels more grounded than the previous one. I do think relative to the massing that the dormers that are kind of wings that are opposite each other, I think those should come down a little bit in roof pitch and not climb up to the ridge, certainly. And I think the cheek wall area should be reduced, which could be as simple as just adjusting the pitch or pushing them in just a little. But I think that their presence takes away from the simplicity of the main gable. And then the other thing that I think should be looked at is the amount of ganged windows. I think one of the things that, including both the Victorian structure and the shed, the common language are these punctuated windows and breathing space between the fenestration, and understanding you're not building a shed and you're not building a barn, but I think that there's some ways to get the ganged windows to work, like with maybe, I don't want to change the language of this thing too much, but shutters here or there. There's been some kind of reference to the porthole window with a batten door. I think if that kind of language showed up at where the four light windows are, or maybe in other locations, they'd also serve a practical purpose out there. But I'd love to see some of the ganged windows split apart. I don't think it's a rule that has to be followed everywhere, but I feel like it would be more in keeping with the existing structure and at least what I know of homes that are out there on Tuckernuck. But the overall massing and scale and so forth, I think works. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. So that leaves me. I agree with pretty much everything that's been said so far. I'll just echo Joe's thoughts about the being more selective about the ganging of windows. Simplicity is the key here. The guidelines, if you're not familiar with those, is building with Nantucket in mind, and there are comments in there about dormers. So the dormer roof shouldn't go up to the peak of the roof that it's on. And so lowering the pitch of that to a 4 or 5 from the 6 that's proposed would fix that. And the other thing is to push the dormer back into the main roof until the sill is at the window, or the skirt of below the sill is at the roof, so there isn't any shingle below the window. So that would minimize the cheek volume. And the chimney, for some reason, it's shown graphically as flush with the wall that it's adjacent to, but it's not coming through. So that needs to push in a little bit, at least 8 inches or so, so that it's not flush with the exterior wall. I agree about the batten door with the porthole as opposed to the double door, and the elimination of the gable window or reduction in the height of it. And other than that, I appreciate the overall volumes and massing. And do we have a motion? I think we're probably looking for
I'd make a
revisions.
motion to hold for revisions.
On your motion, Abby,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
I'm an I as well. So just review the tape, and we'll look forward to seeing you the next time with some revisions.
Perfect, thank you.
Mr.
Thank you for your
Chair.
comments.
There is a building with Tuckernuck in mind.
Oh,
And if you went into the office, I'm sure they'd have a copy of it if you wanted to.
so you could be in touch with the Plus office and have a look at the building with Tuckanuck in mind, which is more.
I think I have I think I have a copy, but I will communicate with you. I think I have it in my
Thank you.
and I will review it again to make sure that we address all of your comments. Thank you very much for your comments. I think we're getting there. It's really appreciated. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you. You too.
And that brings us to 138 Maya Comet. Luke, is Luke on? Or Carrie? 13R Evergreen Way. Nobody? Oh, okay, great. Good evening, Reed. If you would please share and go ahead and present when you're ready. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Give me 1 second to share here.
Can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Oh, better.
That's better.
Sorry about that. All right, good evening, everybody. I'm here representing 13R Evergreen. The proposed work is for 2 small secondary massings to an existing shed, one of them being unfinished storage, the other being a small sauna structure with a surrounding pergola and deck. The existing shed is a simple gable structure, and our secondary massings match that roof pitch and extend off of that small massing. You can see outlined in red. The structure itself sits several 100 feet back from Evergreen Way, and I have a few photos from Evergreen Way. The land between Evergreen Way and the home is quite densely vegetated. I don't think there will be, or I know there won't be any visibility to the shed upon completion. Other than that, it's a simple couple of additions to an existing shed. Those are really all the comments I have, and I will await yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Reed. Does anyone have questions?
So, this was on my review, and I reviewed it so late, and the one before this, Luke's, I'm sorry to say that I was going to put them on consent, so I'm fine with it. And I kind of,
Okay.
Missed the boat.
Does anyone have concerns with this
No,
application?
but we didn't get the pictures either, Reed, so.
I found it.
That's okay.
somewhere.
No, no concerns.
Connie,
No concerns.
Joe?
No concerns.
So, would someone like to make a motion that would include the photographs that were shown
Yeah.
in the
yep,
presentation to be joined with the application?
Okay, I'll make that motion to include the photographs and I'll make a motion to approve as submitted.
On your motion, Val,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
I'm an aye as well. Thank you, Reed.
Thank you all. Have a good night.
All right, 12 Pine Tree Road. Do we have Sun Wind here?
Tim, is Tim? I, just for everybody's edification, I had this on my consent list and I don't believe I have a problem with it, but one part of the application says the solar's on the rear, but the picture shows the front of the house and I just wanted clarification.
Okay, so we'll save that till 6:45 and move on to 116 Pulpus Road, a multi-sport court.
Mine. She was here, but
Maybe hold it for a bit because she was just here.
Yeah,
she was.
I'll hold that one till 6:45 as well. And that brings us to 55 Baxter. We don't have Nate?
No, so she's here in the queue. The homeowner architect, no, architect. I think Nate's gonna be building.
Oh, okay.
So
Catherine, if you could please share
Hi.
and present when you're ready. Thank you.
Yes, of course. Thank you. That I was following along and you got way ahead of where I was. So, okay, one moment. So my name is Catherine Truman. I am the architect working on a project up to 55 Baxter Road. I can go through the whole application. I'll go as, please stop me if you have any questions. The house is in Sconset. It is one of the oldest, if not the oldest house along Baxter Road. It's called Flagship. It is a very small house. It's less than 2,000 square feet. I should double check those numbers. And it is owned by a family that has taken very good care of it over the past several decades. And right now, the desire is to figure out how to do some minor renovations or reconfiguration of it to allow a family of 6 to live in it. It is definitely not currently set up for a family of 6. So we're being quite, trying to be quite creative to get what we can get into this small house. So what we have proposed, it's a very small lot as well. The dark hatch here outlined in red is the current footprint of the building on the property. As you can see, there is a zoning setback line along Baxter Road. And what we are looking to do is effectively extend the 2 balconies or the 2 porches, which are single-story porches that run along the north, east, and south facades, and just extend them another 15 feet in order to create just a little bit more first floor and basement living space. In all honesty, while we have all of the elevations and plans, I'll start with a floor plan. It explains quite a bit more than elevations do. I just need to find my annotations, which have disappeared. Maybe I don't have annotations on this subject. The main first floor footprint here, if you can see my mouse, is a small box with a small projection off the west side. This is the road side is at the bottom of the page. And then we have a U-shaped single-story porch. And what we're proposing to do is extend that porch along the north and the south sides, bring that just a little bit closer to the road. So actually effectively, the west elevation, which faces Baxter Road, doesn't really look like it changes. The walls just move forward a little bit. the existing conditions. Oops, let me go here. This is the existing, what you see from the road in grim winter weather. Most of the house is obscured by the plantings, and once you pass through the plantings, there's this single-story addition, and then the bulk of the house is behind you. As you walk around the house, this is the south side. There are these wings. These are not original. I do have a historic evolution photo. These were put on in the 1990s. These wings on the north and the south were put on in the 90s. So walking along the east side, which is on the bluff walk, there would be no effective change on this. Some of the configuration of these windows that are in the back, their wind block windows, would change, a minor change in like what happens in the flat on elevation that you see. We would still have a large east facing front porch. And then on the north side, this is the northwest corner, we would look to extend this balcony, this porch along, basically taking the existing egress, sliding it forward the 8 feet of the porch. Sort of sliding in these two little slivers. I'll bring up the historic stuff in a second, but we did these, that's the photo I just showed you from the west and the, oops. Somebody's alarm.
So
That
that's the
is
music for the presentation, but
oh, I'm sorry.
yeah,
Okay.
you don't have to stop right this moment, but know that we
Okay.
sort of reached the time. We really, yeah, we
I was just going to flip through the proposed and the before and the proposed in the views, if that's helpful, or I can just stop and you can ask questions.
Please go ahead.
Okay, so this is the existing view from the southwest. Once you're on the property, you see this from the road. And we're proposing to basically take this section of porch, it's the same strategy on the north side, and basically just extend it along that edge. And we've developed the details so that these little brackets that are on the porch as it exists would continue. So it really feels like that porch has been infilled with just some glazing. Very similar in feel to the existing west elevation, which was also a modification that was done, I believe, in 1997. So we're picking up the language of that. Then on the roadside, the Baxter roadside, the photographs of the existing in a slightly better weather, and then a photograph of the existing. Oops, where'd my photograph of the? Whoops. Aha, sorry, flipped right over it. So that the idea here is that those two porches, they just pull forwards. In elevation, the change is almost imperceptible, which is why I decided to start with the model. When you look at the change, say in the top here is the existing east elevation, the proposed east elevation, I mean, there's almost no change because it is really just a planar shift. East and west is the same thing. They both just pull that plane forward. As far as the historic evolution of this house, we have this one great old photograph from the 1880s. The balcony, the porch is facing east, facing the ocean. And this is the south side. It had a door where there's now a window. It had a pair of windows where there's now 2 separated windows and no porch. We don't have any plans of what happened before the 1990s, except for the demolition plan, which we found at the building department. And it shows that at some point this addition was added on, the south addition. It shows that the door in the middle was done in the 1990s. We know that there was a brick addition that had been put on in the 50s at some point. That was removed off of the north side and that north porch was added. We know the change on the windows, we know the change to the fenestration on the west side, and that part of that west facade was also removed. So when we look at kind of the scope of what we're modifying, much of it has already been modified. So I'm happy to answer any questions. If you, happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Catherine. Holly, do you have comments?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This is the flagship, circa 1890 Queen Anne, Second Empire, built for William J. Flagg, and built by Sconset carpenter Asa P. Jones. And there's an HDC survey on file and a lot of additional historic photographs included in my staff comments. This flagship is an important dwelling on the Sconset Bluff, as it was the third house on the bluff in 1890. It may have been one of the first ones. As Mr. Flagg was part of the transformation of Sconset into the summer resort as it is now. Architecturally, the Queen Anne Second Empire is like no other and needs to stay that way. Appreciate the proposal is in keeping with the vernacular and is bringing back the simple porch details and removing that shingled railing as seen on the east. However, what is the extent of the historic material being removed to add more interior space from the original main block of the dwelling based on the diagram provided, and thank you very much for that, Catherine, of the previous editions and demos? It seems two walls that are left original sadly are to be removed for the interior expansion. Appreciate the history provided. Please see the HTC survey and additional information and photos provided. Any windows not replaced in the last reno was a question I had. Regarding staff recommendations, the proposed changes should be bubbled in red. That was not indicated on the elevations that I was looking at on the digital copy.
Apologies.
And some refinements that I would suggest, were there any windows being reused? And that should be clarified. On the south, increasing that fenestration and bringing it back to the one gang 2/2 was a question I had. On the north.
I'm sorry, on the south, I'm sorry, you were, I didn't catch the content of your question on the south.
Catherine?
Yes.
Holly will make her comments, and then
Oh, okay.
the board, the commissioners will speak. And then if we have any questions, then we'll come back to you for comments, just to
Understood.
keep the
Okay.
process clear. Thank you.
On the north, I was not sure that the panel is appropriate. Believe that was it. I did also had basically you'll see in like the page 4, I took her floor plan and try to do the cardinal points. The windows that were added in the 1997, 1998, I was basically questioning the wall, whether what was that added, because basically at the end of the day you've got the main block and that's the most important part. And she's discerned on, based on the renovations that were done in the 90s, 1990s, what walls were being retained. And what it looks like is where you see on the north where the stairs are, that looks like that was just an appendage on and not necessarily that the existing wall was taken out. I do know that there were a lot of interior architectural features that obviously she's on purview and there's no restriction on this property, but there were a lot of architectural features that were already removed. I'd hate to see current historic material being removed for this expansion. So that overall was my comment. But again, I do appreciate the intent of retaining the character defining features, bringing character defining features back, and really keeping it in that context. And there is also a photo that I provided of, she had mentioned that there was a wing on the northeast addition that you could see from the 70s in an aerial. I guess that was taken, it was built in the 50s. That's been removed, but try to piecemeal with the history that she provided with the additional history that we had. So that was long-winded, but I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant? If not, we can move right into comments.
I can go.
Go ahead, Abby.
Yeah, so just to add to some of the history, this was the old Benchley house related to actually Rob Benchley. It was his uncle. And this is the house where I think it was Nat that wrote Jaws. then he had a grandfather, Robert, or something that did like New Yorker cartoons. I mean, we're talking real Nantucket history here. I think it's a shame to now that we've already had a renovation to this house in the 90s when they put on the porches. But we still can see the original massing of that second empire architecture. Now, with this sort of wrap around the whole house, it kind of obliterates that original mass. So I'm really, I'd like to hear what my other board members have to say, but sort of sad to see a lot of that lost.
Thank you, Abby. Who would like to go next?
I
Go ahead, Joe.
Well, and I purposefully mentioned going next because Abby alluded to the existing Second Empire roof form and these additions potentially negatively affecting that. And I was thinking that it's remarkable after looking at the historic photo that so much of this building from, we'll call it the eave line, it still exists. In particular, that porch that was there originally that I think is on the east elevation. And I would be real shame if we were reviewing a story and a half or 2-story addition to this structure, because it's almost impossible to even contemplate. So given how this has evolved, I think quite little over time, the proposal I feel like is sensitive to the massing. Everything tucks in underneath the gable windows and they respond to previous porch additions. And it looks like even just the sensitivity about keeping the brackets visible and layering the facade and the fenestration behind them and having the deck continue around and really feel like that porch has been infilled. I mean, understanding some of this interior existing walls on the first floor are being removed in order to expand out into the porch areas. I just took a quick look through the floor plans and there's not a lot of changes on the second floor. I mean, we're here to talk about the exterior, but I think that we're looking at a building that's going to have, we'll call it I don't want to use the word modernization, but it's being expanded modestly, in my opinion, in a way that maintains the integrity of this incredibly unique building that's existed like this for 125 years. And from the first floor up, it's not changing at all. I think that's significant. And I would be saying something different if we were talking about infilling the east porch, the existing porch, and that maintaining its openness, I think is incredibly important. And the side elements, to me, aren't as much because they aren't as much a part of the existing structure, or the original structure, I should say. So I think that what's being proposed here seems like it's been carefully considered. And I think we can sit with some comfort that there isn't going to be a major addition proposed for this thing that's going to start dealing with roof lines and dormer changes and things like that, which I think would just be non-starter. So that's my sense of the application before us. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. Val?
Sure. I completely agree with Joe. I feel like when I'm looking at this, it still feels the same to me. The one thing that I'm not sure I can what I would like to see discussed is and where the infills are going are now paneled. I think they should remain shingled. I think it will keep the building just as simple as it is now and really not be that discernible. So, I applaud the sensitivity to this. Thank you.
Connie.
So really, I don't have much else to add. I agree with the shingles. I think this is um, historically significant, more significant building, and I think that as long as it is approached sensitively and keeping the original structure in mind, I think this will be appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you, Connie. So this was one of my favorite buildings to go for 20 years. Almost every day I would go by this on the way up to the lighthouse and back on the Bluff Walk and sometimes on the main road. But it is um, very historically significant. And it's been great that it's been kept intact. One thing that doesn't really translate in elevations is the main block being separate from these wraparound porches. When you're walking by and you're seeing this in real life and not in a 2D drawing, you get a sense of the main block and this character defining porch that wraps a little bit around on the north and south, but primarily the east. And so as soon as those become walls instead of a porch with glass, which is uh, you know, a, a charming detail to have the porch be partially open and partially closed, but the whole thing be open air. You get a sense of the main block of this building. And to me, this is a very a sensitive approach as far as not going above the first floor, but it really changes the character of the structure and how you read that main block and of the porch itself wrapping around. It's more than a roof with walls around it. It's something that you look through and you can see that main block. Um, and right now from Baxter, from the west side, the porches are set back. So to bring them forward and have them be solid interior walls or exterior walls, they it 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 almost changes the facade from that main block to the north and south extensions that are barely set back from the main block. You really lose that articulation of the main block. And also, it's just porches generally would be on the back, except when you're, I mean, this is one of those situations where, the front could be the back because it's on the water. But the point being is that the porches wouldn't really come around on the north and south sides as are drawn. And to Holly's point, it's necessary to have all the bubbling and the changes in red, to have some sort of articulation of the existing walls, what would be demoed, what would be kept. Catherine, I don't know if you've been following the news, but we just had a demolition that we had regrets about in Nantucket, and part of that had to do with, how clear is the information about what's being removed and what's being kept. So I think that with this coming back, that's something that we would want to see articulated.
Absolutely. Apologies. We must have reviewed that list of requirements 20 times and must have missed that they needed to be in red. My apologies.
No worries. So yeah, to me, this needs another go. But commissioners, does someone have a motion?
Could I actually just address a couple of the concerns? Would that be possible?
I'm sorry, Catherine, please repeat yourself.
There were a couple of concerns that were or questions that were brought up as you each went around the room, which I'm
Yes,
happy to
please.
respond to.
Please.
So we are absolutely completely mindful of the history of this house, and the owners are as well. And our first mandate was, you need to be incredibly respectful for this house. But we're also trying to figure out how to, get program into it that for a family of 6. So we're trying to cram a lot of stuff in here. And we're also very mindful of like not wanting to do an addition. We toyed with the idea of should we try and recreate the thing that had been done in the 50s or use that as our kind of generating idea, but really understood and tried to acknowledge as best as possible the form that you are all speaking about, the Queen Anne form, the volume. So we have made sure to set back our porches at 18, I believe it's 18 inches from the corner of the building with the intention of that allowing the volume to read and then allowing one more porch bay to kind of grow forward. The comment was also made that the glazing, that the charm of having the open and the glazed corners, what we may not have pointed out was that we propose to remove the glazing that's sort of more just a windbreak. So it's kind of shifting the glazing one bay as opposed to infilling more of it. So that porch on the east and the southeast side, when you're coming along the bluff walk, would be more open porch and the closed part shifts. It's not enclosing even more and shifting it forward. And I think there were some questions about the amount of historic material. I did not put in yellow that the entire interior of this building was completely redone in the 90s. There is no historic material left on the inside at all. All of the windows were also replaced at that point. They're lovely windows. They're beautifully done, but there's no historic material left. I don't have a specific elevation that shows me what happened to this particular window. I do believe, however, that this window was also changed in size, but I could be wrong. So there is actually, in terms of historic material remaining, virtually none, except for the kind of the roof line, as it were. So we're kind of trying to respect the big picture historic nature of the house, while also acknowledging the fact that it was changed and modified over time. The south porch was added, the north porch was added, the west elevation was removed. This area here, this yellow area was pulled away. So, and that all of those adjustments and changes sort of sought what is done in the 90s did seek to keep the symmetry. We're looking to keep the symmetry of the building, keep the character defining roof, keep the big porch to the west, keep the fact that from the road you really see, if you're coming through up to the entry, you see the glazy west porch. And there are not a lot of ways we can actually look at modifying this house. I think we found kind of the only one that was really viable, short of filling in the east porch.
Thank you, Catherine. The number of bedrooms that you need to fit into a house certainly isn't our purview. And this might not be the best candidate for adding this much program. My point about the porches was that when you look at the one-dimensionalness of those porches, or the two-dimensional, where you can see that this is all open underneath it and open to the main house. As soon as you fill those volumes with interior space, even though they're set back from the walk, it changes the character of the porches. And again, I
The
appreciate
exterior,
the sensitivity that you've taken with borrowing the existing elements.
the wall of exterior enclosure, like, so if you're walking along the bluff walk on the, and looking, just have it in the north in front of me, this back of that, the glazed wall that's currently the back of that north porch would be the edge of the new enclosure. So this area here where these three windows, these three glazy windows are, that are part of some kind of wind block, they revert to being an open porch. So it doesn't, you're gonna, that those corners will be even more open. The porch will be more
I
open.
appreciate that, but it's going from a porch to a room, even though it's moving back. It's there's now a room being proposed on the north and south.
But
Catherine,
the porch
thank
doesn't
you.
change, the porch doesn't change size. The exterior components, the part that are not conditioned, are exactly the same.
So I'm going to end this dialogue and move to a motion from the commissioners.
I wanted to make can I make a point about, you mentioned red clouds. Angus, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead, Joe.
When the project that you mentioned to Catherine that we reviewed recently that resulted in a demo, I just wanted to point out that that discussion was centered around illustrating proposed conditions on top of existing conditions, like almost as if you could see through paper, like a layering, so that you could see the fenestration behind there and so forth. It's not actually on the application. It's really sometimes we ask for more information when we're dealing with a historic structure to be able to discern the amount of material that's being removed. It isn't necessarily called out on the application. So in an application like this, one of the motions is often to hold for more historic information or a delineation of existing and proposed, or even a clarity of how the structure has changed over time, which you have little bits of that. I'm not ready to make a motion on it. I mean, I actually feel I'd be making a motion to approve this with some conditions, but I think that the structure warrants another discussion, in my opinion, even though I believe that what you've proposed is appropriate. So I'm not going to make a motion, but I just wanted to touch on the request for additional graphic information that tells the story of the building. I don't know if I've put that well, if Angus wants to expand upon that, or somebody else. And in the office, they may be able to give you some examples. That recent review that we did last week, parts of that presentation were helpful.
Absolutely.
They
I'm happy to take a look at whatever other graphics are, yeah, and we can certainly update any more information.
Thank you for that, Joe. Val?
I think, Catherine, what else is very helpful is if you could do like a perspective to show, and you can feel what's still open on the flat, it's not always easily discernible. And I think that that would really, really help people who are struggling with
So just take
open versus closed now.
Other views of this
Yeah.
kind of thing. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
We get, this whole thing is built. We can absolutely, we did not shoot it from the east side. We were more concerned about, thought people would be more concerned about with the views from, say, the public way, but absolutely we can treat these from the east as well.
The Bluff Walk is a very popular public path. And so that's probably even more important than Baxter, just because of people not driving by it at 20, but walking by and taking time looking at it. So I think what we're looking for is some more information, some red clouding, showing the walls that are getting removed in red, just to see better what transition the building's going through with this proposal. Does someone want to make a motion?
Angus, can I add something that was mentioned? I think Val mentioned shingles on these infill porch areas. The renderings show it as panel and painted. And Val mentioned keeping shingle because there's existing shingle now with windows above them. And for me, I'd actually love to see those side by side. And if I know it's more work in the 3D model, but I see the logic behind not shingling it, and I see the logic behind shingling it. And I that was a specific mention that I think should get incorporated into any kind of motion.
Of course, yep. This was a conscious reference to the porch on the front that exists. But
Yeah,
absolutely, we can certainly do it with shingles.
Joe, is that a motion?
yeah, yeah. That's a motion.
So the motion is to show an option with the shingles where there are panels being shown now and more information with red bubbling and showing the walls getting removed and so forth with it. On your motion,
Aye.
Connie,
Hi.
Abby,
Aye.
Val, aye as well. Thank you, Catherine.
Great, thank you. We'll see you next month or in 2 weeks.
Depends on when you submit for.
Oh, okay.
Business.
Okay, great,
Mirka,
fantastic.
I texted her. She's not able to make it tonight. So just hold,
Okay.
please.
So
And
did anyone
hers
ever
was 116 Pulpus.
And multi-sport court.
Yeah.
So both of those are
sign off
gone, the
then.
sport court and the solar?
No, she's not solar, but
Well, the
you had a
12
time for
pi.
that, right?
Yeah, 645. Okay, so that brings us to 8R Union Street.
Oh, that's
Oh.
me.
Oh, thank God we've got an applicant. All right.
Sure.
We do. I have a
You
board
wanna
of 4,
share,
but I believe Stephen reviewed this for consent, so maybe he could mull it in if it doesn't get unanimously approved.
No, it fell. No, it wasn't. That was it.
I'll share my screen if that's okay.
It was yours.
Perfect. Why did I do that? Maybe because it was in town? I think I had no problem with it.
You've got one vote already. You haven't even presented yet. You must know somebody.
Are we doing,
It's in town. You just want other people to.
yeah.
Does let me know when you would like me to start.
Please go ahead anytime, Joe. Thanks.
Sure. Okay. So this is 8R is this little structure in the bottom left. 8 is the structure to the left, which is not my client's, but they share this parking area. There's actually a property line that divides this. And this is right now a single curb cut that is like 59 feet wide. And there are anywhere from 4 to 5 cars parked in this spot. Now, my client also owns 10 Union, which we did a renovation on and landscape a while ago. These are going to be maintained as separate properties. This is a separate zone, actually. This is in C-Tech and this is not in C-Tech. And this is the handlebar behind us. So what we're looking to do is to close down the parking area a little bit and to better define this as a single parking space. Some years back, we did have this single parking space done for 10 Union. And this fence here that exists and actually runs along between 10 and 8R. So the proposal is to take this parking area here, which is at a larger scale, and we are looking to This buffer that's currently here between 10 and 8, we want to shift that down to the, shift that to the left. We're going to keep it so that there's a buffer between 10 and 8. And then we're going to have a buffer, and then that fence that is here that used to run here, we want to move down to there. And then this is at elevation 10, and this all drops down to elevation 8 and 7.5, and which is where the structure sits. And there's an existing koi pond that's here. And my client's looking to do like a little water element that would be down behind this. There's a retainage here that's an existing retaining wall that's timber. We've got an existing stone retaining wall here, a field stone. It's about 18 inches high. And I could zoom in on this, but you can see all the elevation numbers are on here. So anything that's happening down here would all be 18 inches in height or less. We've got a little pedestrian, it's like a little boardwalk that goes over this stream that goes down to the koi pond. So architecturally, we're talking about the brick parking, which is in a running bond pattern to match what's here. We know we need to go to planning board to get the curb cut closed down a little bit. And then we're looking to do an arbor, and these arbors are examples that are along Union Street, which we want to put right here at the transition from elevation 10 down to elevation 8. There's currently a gate there now, which is right here, shown as open. That's it in its entirety.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is a contributing lot, contributing structure within the OHD, circa 1880s Greek revival. Appreciate reducing the existing driveway and removing the shell. That's bueno number one. Having it matched aesthetically is appropriate. Staff does have questions as not all the elements are completely defined. Photographs of the entire frontage would also help, assuming the reduced parking is for running bond, consistent with the neighbors. I didn't think I saw that on there. There could have been a rendering oops on there as well. That looked like there was like a longer brick than normal. But
That
anyway.
is a rendering. Oops, I'm sorry to jump in.
No worries. The fence at the adjacent historic structure, which was I think a circa 1923, if I do believe, at 10 Union. Apparently I forgot the 2 in my comment. Has a unique fence type, and while the existing at 8 Union is a typical type 2 picket, is the intent to change the type 2 picket to the unique design? I think that answer is yes, and that's appropriate. Provided the fence is not within the site distance was my question. I didn't know how far along it's going to go between 8 and 8R. The plans call for adding granite curb within the town sidewalk in the right of way. This granite should be noted as antique granite, and this addition will, as Joe, you know, will require DPW approval after the COA is issued. The plan also proposes a water element and wood footbridge. I think these elements may or not be visible, but either way, I think these details should be provided. Again, photographs I think will also help determine visibility, especially the water feature being close, because you got to think about it. You're going to be able to see when there's no car parked there. You can't assume that there's always going to be a car parked there. And then the proposed fieldstone walkway between the properties, again, more details on that. Photos of the material, I didn't see any of that in there. And then confirm your visibility. Was there a gate that's proposed along the driveway, or is that, I'm just reading the fence at 8R, where it's actually written on 8R, it looks like the fence is going along in between the brick apron and the drive itself. So overall, I have no concerns on the proposed per se, just to those comments of clarifications and photos. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Are there any questions for the applicant?
I have one, which Holly just mentioned, on 8R, the fence going across the driveway. Is that a drawing error, or is that something I don't understand?
Um, oh, there's here.
8R, on your proposed brick parking at 8R that shows like a square and a
Oh,
line.
there is a fence drawn across my parking area, isn't there? That is an error. Yeah, right. Because the fence, there's a little section of fence that exists right now to this corner. And so we'd have fence there and we would have fence here. But yeah, not across the parking. And the gate that exists now is, it's exactly what this fence is. And so that there's a fence that runs along the back of this. The gate looks just like the fence, which is right here. You can't really see this, but there on the other side of this truck, there's a gate that looks just like that fence. And in the bottom left here, where we have our property, whoops, the gate would just be exactly like the fence. So that water element that you mentioned, which is, this is elevation 10 at the parking. The water element is behind this fence. My inclination is I should draw a site section through all of this and provide you some more photos so that you can see all these different layers. I was trying to figure a simple way just to do it all on one page, but I probably should have done a site section through here. I think that would be helpful.
Thank you for that, Joe. Abby, did that answer your question?
Yes, but I don't need a cross section. I get it. I think we've worked on this for a couple of years, and I was concerned about the water feature too, but just one question, what is it the board fence that like we see along Union Street, or is it just a simple 5-foot?
It's like I did a little drawing of it in the upper right. This is the drawing that I included with the approval for 10R. Sorry. It's staggered boards. Some are at 2.8 and some are at 3 feet. It's what was approved. There was an existing fence that we actually rebuilt that was all along 10. And then we got it approved to come up and around this parking lot and separate 10 and 8. And now we're just looking to have, and right now it comes to this point right here. We're looking to have it come here, here, and then instead of being between these two properties, it shifts over to here. And right now it's approved at the head of 10 where it would stay. And we want to extend it here. That is currently just a flat topped board fence. It's not a type 2. It's actually a wider plank. These wider boards are the same width. You can kind of see that staggered fence here. So we just want that staggered fence to go to right here where that paint line changes and then come back.
And that would hide the water feature.
Yeah, it would. And then this vegetation will stay. And we're also looking to put at least 8 feet of vegetation between the properties. And then there's some boxwoods that are existing that run along that fence. And we would have boxwoods along that fence. So you wouldn't just have the parking area and the fence. It's meant to be layered. And you can see the elevation numbers here. That's helpful.
Are you good at?
I love your enthusiasm, Joe.
Oh, this client loves this property, and when this thing became available, he was excited to be able to use it as a guest house, but to give it a longer life.
Thanks, Joe. So to move this along, do you have any comments, Abby, other than?
I would make a motion. Did everybody talk?
Nobody's talked.
Nobody's talked.
No.
But
No,
Joe
just
has
me.
talked.
Joe's talked.
Just
About 3
me.
minutes.
I'm
Where's
sorry.
Where's that tone?
I'll make a motion to approve when you're ready.
Val.
Yeah, I didn't have concerns looking at it. I agree with Holly. Some stuff should be spelled out maybe a little better. for the approval, but all in all, I think it's fine.
Connie?
Yeah, I agree. Appropriate with some minor clarifications, but
Yeah, so
Thank you.
Joe, can you just provide some more information of what you've done tonight? I mean, I feel like all of us are on board. It would be great to clarify.
Yes, as something that I would submit to staff, or what are you, I'm not sure what you're asking.
Yeah, is that something that,
Let Holly, yeah.
Just take the.
yeah, just the clarifications that have been mentioned, like the fence not going across the driveway and, where the fence is at
What
the
the
arbor.
feature is.
Yeah,
Yeah,
some
I
photographs of the
tried. Yeah, I
material.
think when I could draw the actual arbor because you get an idea of it, but it would have our fence in it. And so I could provided a drawing of the arbor, a corrected site plan showing the limits of the fence. And this fence is drawn here, but I could note that it's what locations it's happening in instead of these arrows going across the plan.
And then photographs of the materials
Okay.
and the site conditions. So I think what we're looking for is a motion to approve as submitted through staff with the details and more information that we've asked for.
so moved.
On your motion, Connie.
Aye.
Abby.
Aye.
Val.
Aye.
Aye as well. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you. I'll stop sharing. And landscape applications are challenging. I
Does
have a
anyone
lot of
need to take a
empathy
break
for-
before we go into the final speed round here? Where somehow we're able to fit 20 applications in the next 20 minutes.
Yeah. Stop talking.
All right, so now we're gonna move on to 41 Cliff Road, 41A Cliff Road. Good evening, Matt.
Good evening. How are you?
Oh, gosh.
So it's just letting me join as a panelist, and now I'm going to share. Okay, so with your permission, Mr. Chair, I'll begin.
Please go ahead, Matt.
Okay, so this is an application, 41A Cliff Road. 37 Cliff Road is in front of this structure, so you might be familiar with it. This structure sits behind that. You can see the adjacent properties are shown. It's kind of a unique situation where there's an easement that runs in front of this. So my point is that the house is actually set back pretty far from the road. The original structure is historic. We're not proposing to make any changes to the facade of the building or any real changes to the exterior features, with the exception of these modifying these two rear decks that were later additions, clearly later additions. So yes, the only real changes are modifying two existing decks on the back of the property that is not visible from Cliff Road. There may be some visibility from a distance if you were down, in the Brant Point area, but you'd really have to look for it. But with that, I'll just run straight through it. There's two existing decks on the back of the property. Just looking at the second floor plan, I think this is probably the most helpful. You can see the second floor plan, the existing deck. The deck on the left is it's not an inset deck, if you will. So the railing goes right out to the corner. So we're looking to expand that slightly and add a spiral stair. And the reason we went with the spiral is it's kind of lighter. There's less structure to it as opposed to like a wood stair with a vertical baluster. But that was like the least disruptive and the most transparent, if you will. The other addition or the other deck modification is the deck on the right. And we're looking to expand that. And we've kind of hidden that in a way where it appears as if it's a hip roof. And so to really minimize the expression of a second floor deck, the intent is for it to look more like a hip roof. This is the rear elevation. The decks themselves are clouded, pretty straightforward. And then we've got these aerial axons, obviously, and you're never going to see the decks from this perspective, but I thought it was helpful just to see the geometries in the relationship to the rear of the property. And then these are probably the most relevant. Again, these would all be taken as if you were, I'd say the upper right image is probably the most, it would, if you were ever on the property, and you'd have to be on the property, trespassing technically, you would get that perspective. The rest of the perspectives, there's a pretty dramatic drop off. There's a bank that drops off pretty dramatically. Like, so, right after that fence, it drops off like immediately within 3 feet. It drops like about 4 to 5 feet, and it just continues to go down from there. So with that, look forward to comments from the board, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Does anyone have questions?
Holly, what did you think?
Oh, thank you. Holly, please go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Chair DeVal, thank you very much. This, for the record, a circa 1881, I think part of it was during the whole Sea Cliff Inn, but their HDC survey on file indicates that date. Appreciate the historic photos, Matt, as always. The changes to the second floor do not appear to change its appearance as seen from Jefferson Ave, though. I attached a copy of the Gould Street view. Per building with Nantucket in mind, page 118, decks should not exceed 30% of the structure's perimeter. Also, a deck depth greater than 8 feet may be approved according to the quality of the design. The west elevation, it may be seen from below, and it may be inappropriate as designed. Again, I understand that there's a drop off, but looking even at and I was doing this from my desktop, I didn't actually physically go there. So I recommend a view from Jefferson with stakes for the decks to verify actual visibility of this atypical feature. Overall, I do appreciate the not having the monotonous of the same kind of deck. So thank you, Matt.
Thanks, Holly. Would anyone like to begin the comments? I'm going to choose somebody.
Well, I
Go
agree
ahead,
with Holly that
Joe.
a view should
Yep.
be done to see the visibility of this.
Okay. How about the rest of commissioners? Make sense? View? Would someone like to make a motion to that effect?
I'd make a motion to, is there a way to, I guess we'll be able to see the second floor decks as they exist. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Matt.
okay. Yeah, I think that'd be helpful. I'd make that motion.
A motion to hold for review with
Yes, sir.
stakes representing the outside corners of the proposed deck. Yes.
Yes.
Thanks, Joe, on your motion.
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
Val?
I got nothing given the Sea Cliff Inn.
Abby?
I'm an aye.
Thank you. I'm an aye as well. So when stakes are up and we can view, let us know, Matt.
Will do. I know.
And I love all the historic photos. That's
Isn't
so much
that
fun to look
incredible?
at.
Let's bring it back.
Wow.
Thanks, Matt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
So we're doing a view on that.
Yeah, and so that brings us to 44 Nantucket.
This is our.
Start with the new dwelling.
7:10.
What's that?
Oh, let's go.
So we're all inspired to go fast here. All right.
Who was on the 8 o'clock boat?
Good evening.
The applicant.
wish
All right.
spoken up.
please go ahead. Just state for the record your name.
Elena Stanchevo, principal at Carlano Architects.
Thank you.
The property is located on the south side of the island on Nantucket Avenue. Currently are you going to share? I'm not able to.
Okay. I figured you guys already worked that out.
Oh, I'm sorry. I will talk while she pulls it up.
Sure.
The property, currently there is an existing home with a guest house that we are planning to, we're gonna donate and will be relocated. In its place, we are proposing a new main home and a guest house, and those are two separate applications. The site plan, which is part of, I have included in this submission, it's gonna be, it's only for locating the buildings, but the actual site plan with hardscape and landscape will be a separate submission. I do want to mention that currently there's 4 curb cuts on the site plan, and we are planning to reduce that to 1 or 2 maximum, eliminating completely the parking that is at the front of the house on Nantucket Avenue. The main house is 2-story home that consists of. Let me see. My computer crashed. Oh, crud.
Can everyone see it on their pads?
Yeah, won't let me screen share. There,
See if you can try.
Joe, can you see on your own?
Joe might be.
Yes, I can see. I'm
Okay.
almost set.
Do you want to come look?
It's okay. We can scroll through the elevations. The main house consists of 3 gable forms, 3 volumes that are different heights that are interconnecting, forming a U, which not only helps to provide privacy at the backyard, but also to block the yearly predominant winds, and also breaks the massing into separate shapes. If you're gonna scroll through to the elevations.
Well,
The
yeah.
street side elevation is the south elevation, and we're gonna get to it in a second. It consists of these 2 gable shapes that are connected by a cross gable with a porch at the front. The side, the elevation that you see at the bottom, that is the backyard elevations and not visible from any public way. The other 2 elevations are, if you can scroll down, sorry. And one more. And on this one, you can see how the 2 volumes are connected by this transparent, really covered connector that also it provides transparency between the backyard and the side, but also it really breaks the mass into separate shapes, making this not as huge. The highest ridge is just under 27 feet from the proposed grade. We are planning to regrade the house slightly to allow for drainage. Currently, the existing grade is directly in front of the house is lower than the street. So we are just trying to raise that a little bit to help with drainage. The plan is to use the typical Nantucket materials, white cedar shingles on the walls, red cedar for the roof, all cedar trim boards, fascia, porch posts, railings, and window casings. Those will be left to weather. The windows will be a custom high-end wood windows, and like KST, that's the plan currently, painted Quaker gray or similar color.
Thank you so much. So, are there any questions from the commissioners? Would someone like to begin?
Well,
Go ahead.
previewed this before the meeting, and I appreciate the simple forms. That is pretty much in keeping what's there. Did you get approval already to move the other structures off the site?
Not yet, we're in the process.
Okay. Right. You can't just assume we're gonna let you move it. But I appreciate the simplicity, especially the side facing the street. My concern is that the wall height on the first floor, I think, is 10 feet. And it just seems like a lot, and the extra transoms over the windows in the middle section, the windows overall, I think, are large. So that I would want to see toned down. And the glass in the rear, and the connectors has to be really rethought. I think it's too much. And I do think you'll see it. Miles Standish is a traveled way. But I appreciate the simplicity of the massing. I think it just has to all kind of come down a little bit.
Thank you, Val. Connie?
I agree. I really, my concern is the amount of glazing in the west elevation. I think that needs to be looked at. The south elevation, which I believe is in the front, is, it's simple, it's appropriate. I don't really have a lot of concerns, but again, it's that west elevation and the amount of glazing. To me, that is concerning. Thank you.
Abby?
This is coming across to me as a very boxy structure with no additive massing, which means it's not a Nantucket vernacular. This has a commercial aspect to it that I've never seen any. I don't think I've seen this much repetition of glazing and no hierarchy of like a front door. The overglazing is like, I don't recognize a house like this on Nantucket. So I'm having some issues with the front primarily. Yeah, that's all I have so far.
Thank you. Joe?
Yeah, I agree with the comments that have been made regarding fenestration. The building feels tall, but it's not dimension tall. I'm not saying the dimensions are wrong, but it feels taller than, it reads taller than it is. I think that might have a little bit to do with all the eave lines being the same on the second floor, and I think that might be what Abby's alluding to when she said that it feels a bit boxy. I do think, looking at the south elevation, for instance, that the gable on the left, which is wider than the gable on the right, I think one of them could not have dormers. You might actually be able to make that slightly taller and eliminate the dormers, which would simplify it and start to give some variation in eave lines. Where you do have dormers, I think that those eave lines could come down. So I think that the mass on the right comes down and the one on the left goes up. And this is just an organizational thing. Because of the layout of this U-shaped structure, there are a lot of elevations, right? There's not just four, there's, I don't know how many there are, but there's interior courtyard elevations, and I think a 3D would be super helpful. And just organizationally, when a site plan, the existing site plan is oriented one way, north, I think, to the top. Then the next plan, which is the developed plan, the building rotates 90 degrees, and then the floor plans rotate back again. It's very difficult to go through all of these drawings and really get an understanding of it. Those are nice looking, those are nice renderings. That's helpful. I mean, those are rendered elevations. I mean, the one on the top right shows an oblique view. more of those, like that little vignette, that feels very appropriate. It's the connector piece and these tiny little shed dormers that showed up in that middle elevation on the bottom left where the deck is. It just feels like there could be some simplification of things. This west elevation, I think, is that scale. I think that's a really, even though it has a modern element with the connector piece, I think with the flanking masses, that's nice. But it's the south elevation where I think the additive part of it kind of falls apart. And I'm still going through all the pages here to make sure I'm reading this correctly and understanding its views. Like west elevation, I think it would be helpful if it was noted as viewed from which particular street. Maybe little keyed site plans on the floor plans would really help just to orient, because you have a really extensive presentation here. It's even looking at it before the meeting, it raised more questions, and I feel like some of them are being answered now, but it's difficult to follow. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. So I agree with what's been said. I think looking at the south elevation, just some hierarchy, and building with Nantucket in mind. Take a look at that. It's just the basics of where's the front door, what is the main part of the, the primary and then secondary and so on, massing with it. The West is much more successful with it's clear, of what is primary and secondary and so on. The breezeways we generally try to stay away from, or at least how they, reading is a glassed connection between structures. The bay window looks formal. It looks more like something that would be appropriate in town, but at the beach in this rural setting, the paneled and the long windows, there's some elements there that sort of read more Victorian or something. I appreciate the color palette immensely, the natural trim and gray sash and so forth. Another thing, building Nantucket in mind, there would not be a deck and an open rail above the front door. But again, it's hard to tell what the front door is. So I think that this, you know, you could read back from the minutes of the meeting and make sense of that and come back with some revisions and options. The north elevation too is just so much glazing. Again, in building with Nantucket in mind, talks about percentages of glazing on any particular wall. Would someone like to make a motion?
You want to track the guest cottage or do you want to look at it?
Are you going to try to make this boat? Because we could hold the guest cottage because it feels like whatever happens with this building is dramatically going to affect the sort of the overall. Oh, we can review it if you like. But
Of the board, if you want to move this along, that's totally fine. I'm prepared to show you it's
so I think,
building on a smaller scale.
okay, so what we're looking at here is a motion for revisions.
Okay, I'll make that motion.
On
On the
your
main
motion,
house. Aye.
Val, Connie,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and I am as well. So let's move on to the guest house.
I thought the massing of this was fine and very typical, but the south, which is facing now toward the road, but I know the house is there, is over fenestrated. But I thought the rest of it was pretty typical.
So has everyone reviewed it, or because I could have the applicant present it?
Yeah,
But just in the spirit of you making your boat in time, you could just speak to the elevations. That's what we're really going to.
It's a two-story home with very similar aesthetic as the main house. We're using the same materials. We have taken careful consideration into proportion the windows against the mass of the home. So they're within the 25%, which is appropriate for Nantucket, and the same for the divided mountains all throughout the fenestration. The south side faces the street, however, like you mentioned, the view is blocked by the main house, and it's open to the backyard. All of the materials are weathered, are natural to weather, and we're using the same windows as the main house.
Any questions for the applicant about the guest house? Okay, so Val, you've spoken.
yeah, I think that
And-
it's fine. It's the fenestration on that one side again.
On the south facing the
Yeah.
house. Connie?
I can't open it. What's the height? I'm sorry.
24 something.
Okay. Yeah, again, the concern is that south elevation and the glazing, overall.
It's 24 and a half feet from grade.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Angus. Yeah, I mean, I think that would be my main concern, again, is the amount of fenestration on that south side. Thank you.
Joe?
Yeah, I have much fewer concerns on this. One of the things is the eave relative to the meeting rail on the double hung windows, and I think just steepening up the roof pitch would help. It just all feels a little bit tall. Not the ridge height, but the eave height feels like that eave height. Typically, the eave lines up with the meeting rail. It looks like they need to slide down about a foot. There's usually some wiggle room, but it gives these dormers just, you see the top, 25% of the dormer versus 50% of the dormer wall. It just really, really diminutive dormers. It feels like they should go one way or another. But the overall massing, I think, is fine. And I'm not that concerned about the south once you start looking at the landscape and the implications of the proposed main house on there. I'm assuming a lot of that fenestration will be screened. That's it. Thanks.
Thanks, Joe. Abby? Okay, so similar. I think there could be more hierarchy between the north-south. I mean, the north-south gable from the east-west gable. They're meeting at the ridge. And like the main house, the same concern. Do you know what we're talking about? The eave being in line with the meeting rail of the window? So in this
Never
case,
gonna make her boat.
the eave would be here. It's kind of in line with the meeting rail. And likewise, that would come down in those. Do you-
Yep. I
Yeah.
understand.
And just, yeah, the general fenestration on the south side. So I think you probably have your marching orders, but do we have a motion?
Motion to hold for revisions?
Thank you, Connie, on your motion.
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Val?
I
And I as well.
Thank you all.
Good luck making your boat. I think you've still got plenty of time. Good luck.
do you have a way to get there? Oh, it will take forever.
I'll drive because I got.
Yeah, go take her.
Yeah.
Yeah. Honey, you'll miss the boat, trust me. Abby lives in town.
Um,
Go.
do you guys have some time in you left? Do you want to get through the page? I mean,
Is Chip here for this one?
Okay.
Literally, whoever's here should need, has to kind of share enough. My computer keeps crashing. I don't know what's going on.
I can't, I know, I can't
I'll
pull
go shut
anything up.
seven. Diana's here, Greg's here.
Let's just take,
See if shelter seven here. I don't know
Shelter
what is going
7.
on with this computer.
Oh, we're holding 112.
we're holding 112. There was 50 Burnell.
Okay, and that was Chip, but he's not here, right? Okay.
Chip's not here.
And 20 and 21 were held. Do we have shelter 7? So that does bring us down to 55.
55 orange.
Yep. Uri, do you want to share and then begin?
I wish that woman had said something earlier so we could.
Yeah, I would have.
Moved, yeah.
Yeah.
Like 2, 4. Like.
Did Matt leave?
Hi, Uri. You want to unmute?
Matt left. Tobias left, unless he's online. Linda, no Linda. Maybe she's online.
Backup generator at 55 orange. Okay, should we just then switch back to Washman? Val, do you mind taking over for like 5 minutes or 3 minutes? I just need to.
Yeah, yeah. Do you mind, everybody, if we take a 2-second break? I just need to stop Otter and
So,
start again.
we're gonna take a 3-minute break, and be right back.
Bio break. Ask Jason. All right, who's going first?
Jason's first in line. So we're going to go to 3 Washerman.
He has to share.
Hi, Jason, can you share?
I'm here.
Can you share your screen, please? Our computer keeps crashing.
My screen. Hold
Your
on.
application.
Share my screen. Sure. Let's see. You know, I'd be asked to do that.
I don't know how to do it either.
Sorry. Yeah, I know I've done it. Here, more. It's under this more button, I think. Or if someone can give me a hand. I don't know how to do it.
How are you going to do it?
I got it. Hold on.
Thank you. Holly's going to save the day.
Okay, thanks, Holly.
Energy bar. Energy bar. We can get this done. I can feel it. Jason, we've got the picture up on the screen.
Great.
Please go ahead.
All right. This is a hardscape plan for 3 Washerman. It is going to be essentially redoing the driveway. The apron remains brick. The remaining driveway would be shell. There'd be a new patio in the backyard with steppers to the door and the outdoor shower, as well as the front yard from the sidewalk to the front door would be new bluestone pavers. That's there's the houses are being approved for the addition that's on it and some window well changes. So it's mainly looking for that hardscaping there.
All right. Thank you. Any questions?
Do you have pictures? Because there's no pictures in the
Yeah.
packet.
Maybe I can share pictures now. I apologize. I thought we put them in there. The am I sharing now?
You can. That'd be great.
Okay. Let's see here. I apologize. I thought we had included that.
Maybe while you figure that out,
Yeah.
we've only got like
Yeah, please
the
discuss
application.
anything you need to.
Shall we come back to that and go to 53?
We can do 53. Let's do that.
One month?
Yeah.
Let's do something.
We're putting, yeah. $53 Waterman. Yep.
Yeah.
So 53, Winoma.
Yep.
53 Winoma. The original stairs were approved on consent. We went to Concom. We had to make a few changes. We brought them back to you to show those changes. More or less the same. The stair layout just changed slightly. The Concom wanted us to make it a little more compact, and that's what we did on that one.
Any questions?
No, I don't have any concerns either.
Concerns.
Joe?
No concerns.
I don't either. So
Motion to approve is submitted.
on your motion, Val.
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
I'm an aye as well. Do we have any photos for
It's funny,
Washman?
I can't find my application from last time on my computer right this moment. I didn't realize they weren't in there.
Yeah, there just aren't any photos in it.
Yeah, there was. Yeah, so I don't have any. Sorry, and it's part of Nashua, so all the homes there have the brick sidewalks, and typically a white picket fence or in his hedges around the property. Currently the driveway is all brick, so I was just my proposal was to remove the brick part of the driveway, make it shell, and then the back patio is going to be bluestone, 2x2x3 pavers, and then same with the front walkway. The current front walkway is brick, and it just needs to be replaced. So the the proposal would be to have 2x3 pavers from the sidewalk to the front door, bluestone.
Is there something that that could be described, or you want to hold it for
I'm trying to see if I can find some pictures online.
It's so strange. I can't believe I don't have my previous application in here somewhere.
Is the cedar arbor proposed?
The front cedar arbor is current on the Washerman Drive. There was a proposed cedar arbor for the driveway.
Okay. To match the other one?
To match the other one.
Bluestone pavers shows. All right. Nope. That's 25 Surfside.
And it's all natural, the cedar arbors?
The arbors is currently natural, yes.
Well, I'm gonna say that I don't see any topographic changes, and there's no vertical elements like outdoor kitchens, and this is all material at grade with natural arbors, and you're removing some hardscaping, putting shell. I would have appreciated photos, but I don't. The materials you're suggesting seem appropriate for the area, so I have no concerns based on what I can glean.
Thank you for that, Joe. Connie?
Yeah, I have to, I'll go with Joe.
Val?
Okay. I just trying to find pictures.
Yeah.
Oh, well,
That's
here's
it.
one.
Well, as Joe said, there isn't really anything vertical except an existing cedar arbor. And the rest is surface material that is noted. So I don't have any concerns with the application. Would someone like to make a motion?
I would motion to approve as submitted and, provide photographs of the materials and a picture of the arbor that you're matching.
And approve through staff?
Yeah, approved through staff.
Yes.
Thank you, Joe, on your motion.
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
Val?
Aye.
And I, I as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Good night.
Good night.
Night, thank you. All right, you're up.
Yeah, hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're talking
Hi.
55 Orange Street, a backup generator.
Yeah. I was just going to press to share the screen, but the button disappeared for some reason. Also, I don't know why. But I don't know if you can see it.
No, we can't see.
Oh, here, okay.
There it is. Divine orange.
Oh, yeah, I looked at this earlier.
Who had this? It was Abby. Okay.
Okay, so now hopefully you can see it.
We've got your eye. Go ahead.
Good. So this is for 55 Orange Street, where the homeowner, they wanted to put the backup generator in this front yard corner. It's supposed to look like this small, like 2 by 3 feet, 2 feet tall on a gravel path. It will be behind the existing fence and existing hedges. We tried to put it also further back, but because of the setbacks from existing propane tank, it needs to be at least 10 feet. We cannot push it anywhere further. And I mean, this is what the generator guy proposed. That's where kind of it works the best for him. The rest of it
That's
in the back is patio, and there are some like no other location that he can put it.
Thank you, your
There
eye.
is some pictures from the street how it looks behind the fence and the hedges.
Thank you, your eye. Holly, would you?
Thank you very much. So this is associated with a circa 1820 typical Nantucket, the Obed Hussey and Eliza Brown house, a 4-bay federal. This historic house, basically, the location is in such a highly visible area because it's on a corner lot with York and Orange. So my recommendation would be to relocate the generator at the head of the driveway between the house and the shed, if at all possible. This location, regardless of the vegetation that's there now and the fence, you're still going to see it, and it's not appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Questions from the commissioners?
It can't go behind the shed?
There is looks like it's so tight over there that there is no good space. I mean, I don't have pictures of that space. At the head of the driveway, as Holly said, and between the driveway and shed, there is no space at all. If there is a car parked, you can barely walk through. In the back, there is patio and like a seating area.
Oh,
There
they
is
don't
no
want us to
space
get
really, except the set. Like it's all going to the setback. This was
Th-
the only really location.
Thank you, your eye. So Val?
I think it's too close to the street, and not only will people see it, even though there's hedge and picket fence there, you can see with your photos this most of the year, you're gonna see it. It's when it's running, people will hear it. It's right there. I mean, I think it has to be moved somewhere. I don't know where, but
Yeah.
Thanks, Val.
Yes, I mean, I walk this street every day and you walk right by it, you'll see it, it's visible when you drive by it from both streets, York and Orange. It really needs to be rethought and relocated.
Thanks, Connie. Joe?
Yeah, I agree. And the only thought is whether or not it looks like it vents out at least one side. Can it be pushed down into the ground half its height and screened better if it needs to be in this location? I like Holly's idea of it being between shed and parking because presumably you could have a solid board fence to hide it, and then it's not part of your landscaped yard. But this is sort of the worst corner from the public's perspective because you've got a corner lot and it comes to a point everybody's going to walk by and look at it. I mean, there's AC units along that side too. It looks like that might be visible, but I don't know. I don't see a way to justify putting it there unless you can get it out of sight somehow.
So
Okay,
sinking it in a foot or foot and a half, you think
that would help.
Be possible?
Okay, so let's pause with the back and forth. I'm going to comment, and then Uri, if you want to respond. So where when you look at the site plan and there's the north direction, It's that corner of the lot that is going to be the appropriate place for this, where it's really the opposite corner of the lot from where it's proposed. It's just too, it's too uh, obvious where it's proposed. It'll be visible and inappropriate. The noise, it's certainly would scare the heck out of anybody going by it, but that's not our purview. But the visual of this equipment being out on a highly visible corner is inappropriate. So um, I think we need a motion
For revisions.
on your motion.
Motion to hold for revisions.
Val? On your
Aye.
motion? Connie?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
I as well. So Uri,
Yeah.
maybe just think about where else this could go, and
Yeah.
and we'll see you with revisions.
Or another
Yeah.
way to screen
Okay.
it.
Sounds good.
Thank
Screen
you.
it, but yeah, we'll have to figure out some other location. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the queue?
We have 5 minutes.
We have, who is Steve Weller here for?
I think he was that lady that had the property. Right, Nick.
He's a fence.
So Nick is
A gate,
the
yeah.
fence and gate with a view.
At what number? Oh, at 21. Wait,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah.
Hi, Nicholas Erdos here for 47 South Cambridge.
47 South Cambridge. Oh, yeah, out in Nantucket. Can you please share and begin once you've got your proposal up on the screen?
Can you
Yeah,
share?
and I'm gonna try to share. Let me see if I can do that.
I'll just share it and I'll just keep talking in, I know. All right, here we go.
Okay.
And does anyone know where the share button is? Oh, there we go.
Oh,
Someone-
we've got it up on the screen. Go ahead, Nick.
Okay, great. Thanks so much. Appreciate it. And thanks for everything you guys do. I'm my first time here speaking with you, and had no idea how much time and effort you guys put in all this. So thank you very much. Try to be really quick. I'm really just looking to put a deer fence around my property. We've owned the home for about 5 to 6 years. We have seen a highly increased number of deer in our yard. The number of ticks we've had on our bodies and of visitors and friends has gotten out of control. So we're really looking to just fence in the yard, and that would include a cedar gate that would be placed approximately 50 feet up the driveway. Really coming to you with what I hope are some really good starting points. In a perfect world, we'd have the gate down at the street level at the end of the driveway. I kind of really like the idea of those cattle gate things, but those don't seem to be favored very well. And really looking to, include a tasteful gate, cedar post for the entire perimeter of the fence, and there's a couple sample photos in there of the, I think, typical wire deer fencing. And, pretty dense existing shrubbery around most of this. We don't have neighbors across from us at South Cambridge. We don't have neighbors in the back, and we also don't have neighbors along, I think, the north side of the property. And there's dense shrubbery all throughout there. So the wire deer fencing would be hidden in that shrubbery. And yeah, happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Thanks for that, Nick. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is infill dwelling in Nantucket. Perimeter fencing is not appropriate, nor is it recommended in building with Nantucket in mind, especially wire fence that can be seen. And I was curious about the neighborhood context. There is a dwelling that's to the south of this property. And I think that, again, it's completely not appropriate as far as building with Nantucket in mind goes. Thank you.
Thanks, Holly.
I have, yeah, so What I did appreciate about this application is that he's proposing it 10 feet off the property line all the way around. So I think that's super helpful. We never get that. It's usually right on the line. And as long as it's woven in some vegetation, I think, and the posts are wood that are natural to weather, I think it would be okay. And in terms of the gate, as long, I did see one gate at 4 South Cambridge when you first come in the street on the left. So there is one. I think as long as it's natural to weather, it'd be okay. That's my 2 cents.
Thanks, Val.
I know I'm supposed to wait, but I didn't want to wait till the very end on this one. I want to make a correction. The 10 feet for the setback for the proposed location would really just be in the front along South Cambridge. I know I'm not allowed to put the fencing right on the property line, but I'm not proposing to put it back 10 feet along the other 3 lines of the property line.
Nick, how close then to the property line estimate?
I'd probably go as close to the line as I can, call it, 10 to 12 inches away, which I think is pretty typical, but not really entirely sure.
Will it be screened by vegetation?
It would be, yeah. Our property line goes well into the vegetation along 2 of the other 3 sides, And on the 3rd side, not including South Cambridge, we have, there's already a split rail fence, there's a nice lush privet hedge, and so it would be up against that.
Okay.
And along South Cambridge, it would be like literally smack dab in the middle of the depth of what I think is around, call it 15 feet of dense shrubbery that exists already. And again, it would be about 10 feet back from the street.
Okay, thank you.
Connie.
Now I'm a little more concerned.
Do you want to think about it? I can move to Joe.
Okay, yes, please.
Joe?
Yeah, well, the only thing I want to say is I can't think of a time that we've approved deer fencing that is, we'll call it freestanding. I'm not saying this is freestanding. It sounds like there might be vegetation on one side of it, but my recollection is that it's pretty open between adjacent properties there. And usually this deer fencing, we're seeing it in heavily vegetated spots. And it looks like at least 2 of maybe 3 of the property lines are like that. But I definitely would want to see, I think, some more photographs of exactly where this would go, unless I missed something, because I see photographs of close-ups and some examples and from the driveway, but I was trying to find another. I found an early photograph of this, and it sounds like the property's changed since then, but it basically shows a lawn with a split rail fence separating the two houses, and we wouldn't want a deer fence just to be a fence that's dividing 2 properties for sure.
Yeah.
We want it to visually disappear. I don't think you want to look at a deer fence either, but it sounds like there's privet now that's along there. I don't know. I think I'd want to go out there and take a look at it. Fencing can be overwhelming if it's not done right and look really to kind of change the character of the island, especially in a rural area like Nantucket.
Thank you, Joe. Connie?
Yeah, that's my concern. I think maybe a view would be appropriate.
It was a view.
Oh, it was. You're right. I'm sorry. I didn't get a chance to view it. I do have concerns about deer fencing though, from our prior.
Okay, so I share the same concerns about putting it on the line and not having a buffer. If it's 10 inches from the line, I don't know how much buffering you can do in 10 inches. So this was on our view list. It sounds like a couple of our commissioners need to still view it. But with that in mind, we will I, I think I'm looking for a motion to hold for view for those who haven't seen it yet, but also a proposal that takes into consideration the bearing of the fence so that it's not visible in perpetuity. And so that would be deep in the brush and pulled back from the lines. Um, and it looks like you've got it in the front along the street, but the other areas, I'm not sure if you've got what enough vegetation to hide it. So I'm looking to the commissioners for a motion.
He's got his stop.
I was gonna say, the only thing that it's, we didn't, if somebody didn't view, now he's gotta wait how many weeks? That's.
But the fence is shown on the property line and we would never approve that. I mean, for me, the view is to see if we usually ask for 10 feet anyway. I'm looking at an aerial on GIS from 2023 and it shows that it's, wide open because this property's, don't you access this property two different ways?
Am I allowed to respond?
Please go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, thank you for that. Not anymore. You can only access the property from South Cambridge. Back when this was still part of the intervals in Tristram's Landing, you could get at it from Midland, but that was closed off when the property was bought by the prior owner and consolidated down. So, happy for folks to take a look. I guess this is really just about the safety of my family. This is going to be a very expensive undertaking, and I'd rather spend it on something fun and cool, not what I think will be basically invisible fencing within about a year. And the South Cambridge border would be like you can see some of the sideway photos, but buried halfway through that. And within about a year, when the cedar post weather, I don't think anyone would be able to notice. The I think north property line, which you can kind of see on the left side of that photo going up, the one that was just there. That's also like, you can't see it right there because I'm not proposing to put the fencing right there because it would be very obvious. I'm proposing to have it on the right side of the photo as I'm looking at the screen. So the gate would come across the driveway where you can see the cone in some of the other photos and then go down the right side. Because if it were to go down the left side, it would be incredibly noticeable because there is no, you can see on the right side there is no vegetation on the right side until you get up to right around that 50-foot mark. And that's why I proposed to have it be placed way back there. And then as you go down the rest of that border, the rest of that lot line, it's all like really tall, I think, don't quote me, but 10 to 11, maybe in some spots even 12-foot high shrubbery, all natural stuff, nothing that that looks unnatural. And then the same goes in the backyard. It's a little shorter. It's not quite like that 8-9 feet, but it's certainly, I think, in like the 6 to 7 foot realm. And we've got a couple cars parked there, and none of that I think is very or really ever visible from the street.
So Nick, with the idea of having this offset from the property line, that pretty much eliminates it going along the driveway. I think you'd be looking more at something that doesn't include the driveway, that would go along the very back side of the driveway at the very end, to the house, and then maybe something if you had hedge or some other kind of growth coming up the driveway, you could possibly do along the front yard, but but you're gonna, if you're looking from the street, you're gonna have to think about the left side where there really isn't any vegetation there except for a hedge. And you could put a fence inside the hedge, but it would need to be inside and not on the property line. But
Yeah.
I think what we're looking for is have we already gotten a motion to hold for revisions?
Yeah, if I could just say one more thing to be clear, on the right side of that picture, that part of the property line, that lot line, the property line goes about, if I had to guess, 2 feet into the existing shrubbery. So we put it, right where the natural the driveway line is now, but that's like a 2 foot buffer. I don't want to bring it right up to the existing driveway line, but even if we were to go a foot into the shrubbery, we've still got, I think, another 6, 8, maybe even 12 inches before we hit our property line. So it would not be right on the line. It's just tough to show this with the scale of the plot plans, like, 10 feet.
Thanks, Nick.
Pretty distant.
We're 10 minutes past the end of our meeting. So
Thank you.
I'm gonna look for a motion to hold for revisions and more information. And you don't have to, like, you could do a larger scale picture of how the hedge and the fence relates to the property line, just a section of it, and say that that's typical for the rest of it. But at this point, I will be looking for a motion.
Real quick, Mr. Chair, so Nick, is that the gate that you're proposing, the sample gate?
The middle part would look, first of all, thank you all very much again. The gate would look just like that for the middle part, but the sample, as I think you're seeing it, it looks like it's got a door on each side or a gate. Sorry, like like a door on each side. I would not have that.
Okay, perfect. That's what my concern was.
Yep.
Thank you.
Motion.
Just the middle part.
A motion to hold for revisions
Thank you on
Yeah.
your motion,
and for
And
people
a
who
view.
haven't viewed.
And a view.
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
I'm an aye as well, so we'll look for more information in a few. Thank you, Nick.
Thank you all very much.
I'll take a motion for an adjournment.
I never get to make those. Can I make that?
Yeah.
Joe, do it
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
on your motion.
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
me, aye. Thank you. Thanks, Joe. Have a good night.
Night, Joe.
Thank you. Good night.